Hello, everybody. How's it going? We were frozen for a second, but we're good now. How's it going, guys? Good to see you all. We're here on Minecraft. It should be capturing relatively soon. I have lost my buttons that I'm used to having. My iPad usually controls everything, but I'm still waiting on my charger cables to arrive. They should come in tomorrow. They should. We'll see if they do or not. But that's the hope, anyway. Okay. Man, I am tired, guys. For those of you who don't know, I was traveling a lot, like last week. And then, this week, my niece, nephew, brother-in-law, and sister are all in town. And I really haven't had much time to sleep. And besides that fact, my smoke detector, carbon monoxide detector alarm went off last night at 3 in the morning. So, you know, great time for that to go off. Turns out it was just malfunctioning, but it set off like it was a smoke alarm. It was 3 long beeps. Where usually it's chirping when it goes bad, so of course you have to get up, you have to check for a fire. There was no fire. So it just went bad, I guess. Which is not great. Not great. But it's whatever. So I'm without a smoke detector now, so like that's cool. We'll also hope that no carbon monoxide gets to me, because you won't know when that one hits. You just kind of drop dead, but like very peacefully, from what I've been told. I've also got a Coke here. Hello, Pi. How's it going? Good to see you. We're just playing some Minecraft today. There is a lot of work to be done. This weekend, after my relatives leave, I'm intending to work on the Minecraft server a little bit and try to get that going. I got an email while I was gone. I kind of told you guys about how King SMP was mistaken for the other King SMP, and how essentially, um, there was an issue with that King SMP and whatnot. Well, I got an email back, and they basically told me to make sure, they gave me like a whole checklist of things that I can work on to make sure the server is in ship shape and can get approved for the official Minecraft server list. And I'd like to get a lot of that done this week, so that way when I come back and take it offline and move it to the new host, we can actually get it approved. And so, just kind of looking at it right now, they're saying that I need a server icon, which we have. We need a short description, which I can make. An original launch date, which we do have. A long description, which will take me a little bit of time to make, but I can do that. We need to add a link to socials and websites and whatnot. That'll take a little bit of time, but I can also do that. Featured card image, which is just the image that is shown when players are browsing the site to see my listing, among others. That one will take a little bit of work, but I can definitely make one of those as well. Background image takes some time, but again, easy enough. Some keywords, easy. Languages, I think we already did. A location, which will change because we'll have a proxy. My new host that we're going to be running through actually hosts originally in Europe, and then we're going to be setting up a proxy in the US. So it'll actually be better connection for our Europeans, but it'll also be the same, if not a better connection for anyone in the US, Canada region. So that'll be great. I gotta set up what version the server's on, which I think we already did. An image gallery. So what I might do for that, honestly, is I might actually ask you guys, like the people who have played on the server, some of your favorite builds that you've got on King SMP, some favorite locations that you've seen, that kind of stuff. And we'll take some pictures and post that to the listing. That way people can kind of get an idea of what the server's about. Also, I'm in adventure mode, aren't I? Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. There we go. I like to be able to hot swap between spectator and survival. It works a whole lot better. I gotta set up a server map if we have one, which we don't currently, but I'd like to make one. That's one thing that we're actually probably gonna fundraise for in the future. After we have the Minecraft server cost covered on a month-to-month basis, I'd like to start budgeting for a actual proper website for the server. And that could be like a place where you could buy, or not buy, but rather redeem credits for certain things in the world that are cosmetic, like pets, like titles, and you can get the credits through an external source by voting or whatever. There's certain ways to reward players, and I gotta kind of look into all that, but there's several ways to do it. You might even be able to do it within Minecraft entirely, which would be even better, but one big thing that I would like for a website, more specifically, is a merch store would be perfect. I need to make King SMP merch at some point, whether that be just t-shirts or I've even been considering trying to get some sort of maybe poster kind of deal going on. I think we could do some cool posters even. I don't know. I'd have to look into how all that works and if there's even any interest there, because posters are cool, and in theory they're like something that everybody could use, but it's not something you necessarily want up on your wall. I'm kind of thinking more so even smaller than that, though. Things like, I'm kind of thinking more so small things that you could fit on your desk. So, like, little 3D printed models, maybe. Which I don't have any with me right now, but I'm planning on making some from, old King SMP bases, 3D printing those. And maybe even having a place where you could request that your build gets 3D printed. And then I could do that for a certain price. And then all the proceeds of that goes to helping run King SMP. I don't know. That one might be a little bit out there, but it's an idea. Plus, it would give me something to also do on stream with you guys occasionally, is 3D printing your guys' stuff and then painting it or whatever. I think it could be cool. I got a little bit distracted, but server map, like I said, rules and policies, that takes some more time, but I would like to set up that on the site. And there's several other rules that we gotta follow carefully. I gotta make sure the Discord is one that does follow all the rules there, but the Discord is pretty clean, all things considered, when it comes to following the rules. We're not doing too bad. I would like I probably need to change a couple of things. That way the server does follow all rules, but it's pretty darn close if it isn't already. But that's not all of today's stuff. That's tomorrow kind of deal. Although, tomorrow I might actually record a video. I don't know. There's been a video that's been brought to my attention that a lot of people have been talking about, not only on Twitter, but also, I guess, even amongst my community. Some people have seen it. And it's about Minecraft's exploration issue. I watched the first 20 seconds because Unreal sent it to me, and he suggested that I watch it and make a reaction video about it. So I'm planning on doing it. I've just got to take some time and actually sit down, record it, and then maybe turn around and edit it really quickly. But it's like, it's a very long video too, so like I know I can already cut out like half of it, maybe even over half. So it won't be like super long. So I'm excited for tomorrow and the day after. Like those are gonna be kind of my high productive days. Okay. So I was thinking a little bit more since Wednesday or was it Wednesday? Yeah, I think it was Wednesday. Since Wednesday when we were talking about like King SMP stuff and like how I need to hand off a lot of it, I was kind of thinking about what I would do with all the extra time I could get when I do find some people to help take care of the SMP more. And I realized like I can actually like spend some time working on games instead of like worrying about the SMP. And, you know, on top of that, I can also try to work on developing my own plugins for the SMP. That way, I don't have to rely on other people's stuff that we don't really need. I'm gonna grab some dirt, if we have any. There's some. Okay. Okay. That's a little bit of dirt. It'll go not all that far, really. That's fine, though. What was I gonna say? There was something else I wanted to say today. Amongst other things that I also wanted to work on. You know, like I've been talking about how I want to make games. And I still really do, and I still plan on it. But there are other things that I also want to do. Like that show I've been talking about writing, that one's like big deal for me. Want to get it going like relatively soon, if at all possible. So, you know, I can also spend some more time on that. Like I'm just excited by the prospect of more time in my day. So maybe over this next week I can kind of hash out some things, figure out what's going down, and see what's like in store for I guess for King SMP really this next half year. And if I can get like enough help, I can actually divvy up the tasks. I was thinking about this a little bit. Like King SMP has a lot of things going for it. It's just we're not focused, right? Which isn't the issue. It's just when you're not focused in any one specific direction, it's kind of not good. So for example, it would be like, you know, Unreal would be working on one thing one month and then the next month he had to work on something else. Whereas if I can get enough help, I can actually kind of focus down on several things because each person is in charge of their own task that month. And so several areas are flourishing all at the same time instead of falling behind. And I think that would kind of help things out. I see that hydrate. I will go ahead and drink some water here. Thank you. I think I missed the show part in the past. What would it be about? I'm not really allowed to talk about it, I don't think. Just because it could possibly violate a possible... This is going to be weird to say. It could possibly violate a contract that I would sign in the future, jeopardizing the possibility of the show even happening. Which is, like, dumb to say. It feels stupid to say anyway, but basically, I think I've mentioned that I wanted to work on it in the past, and I think I even maybe mentioned it once outside of that, but... it's a big IP. I've not gotten like actual permission for it yet, but I've already got like 12 seasons worth of plotline like thought out for the most part, and I think it could make a lot of money, and I think it would be very entertaining as well. So I'm hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful, but I'm not gonna necessarily hold on to that hope too tightly either. Yeah. It's a cool concept. I can tell you guys that much. I really can't say a whole bunch outside of that, unfortunately. Congrats on grabbing first there, Admiral. How are you doing? I was totally first. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, guys, I also got new glasses. They look exactly the same. They had my frames still. But I also got free sunglasses as well because of my insurance. So, I've got, let's see, where did I put them? I might put them on my bed. Give me a second. I did not get here first. Oh, totally not. No, never. Found them. So, one other thing I got was a free pair of Ray-Bans. And I think they look pretty good. Now, I've been told that they don't look as cool as they could, but I think they look pretty cool. I can actually see in them too because they're prescription. So, there you go. I've got it. It's got a gradient, which is really sick, if you ask me. I won't be wearing these for streams, but I like them. I do like them, and I'll probably wear them a lot outside of the house. So if any of you guys ever get to meet me, you know, maybe you'll see these in person, but you probably won't see them very much on stream. Okay, let me yeet these across the room. And these back on. Aviator King. Dude. There was a point in time in my life where I probably would have, like, flown in the Air Force. But there's, like, near zero chance at this point. If I were to ever have to be in any form of combat, that would be the one I would choose. I feel like I'd make a good pilot just from all the games I've played. But, Air Force is the best force, I'm just saying. Okay, I need to... I'm basically... I guess, let me explain what I'm up to here, guys. I'm trying to basically make this area look a little bit full. And the best way to do that is just a bunch of dirt right now. We'll add trees and bushes and such a little later to kind of help fill in the color a little bit, because right now it's very much black and white, and these browns aren't going to really do a whole bunch, but the greenery really helps, I think. So when the grass comes in with the trees, all of that put together should hopefully make everything look a little nicer. Chair Force, yes. You know, the Chair Force, there's nothing wrong with that. At least we're not the Coast Guard, right? Do you condone speeding? For legal reasons, no. Don't speed, guys. It's actually a really bad idea. Now, do I speed sometimes? For legal reasons, again, no. Okay, I'll be honest there. I have a bad habit where sometimes my foot gets a little heavier than what I mean for it to. And I catch myself going a little over. But I do slow down once I realize I'm going too fast. But yeah, no, don't speed, guys. Bad idea. I win the bet. I didn't know there was a bet, but congrats, you win. I don't know what you win, but you do win. Coast Guard is the kid that eats lunch alone. Oh, dang. I mean, yeah, you're right. Well, like, they don't get to do anything. Like, last time I think the Coast Guard really... Okay, I mean, they do stuff, but they don't do, like, stuff, if that makes any sense. It's one of those deals where they just... I mean, okay, like, our coasts really aren't all that much in danger. The Coast Guard is like, I mean, they do a lot. They don't do anything that's like a big deal per se to a lot of Americans. There's nothing wrong with that. There's just a lot wrong with that. Okay, I'm also in need of rockets. Okay. Let me go find somewhere to sleep. Coolest thing I've seen them do is like drug busts, but other than that, they're just chill. Yeah. Literally, I was going to mention the drug busts, but I was like, I don't know if anybody like really cares in this community. But like, yes, they do a pretty decent number of drug busts. They go out and if they're out on like they see a suspicious vessel or whatever, they go out, intercept them, and go, hey, like, what you got there, buddy? And they do a drug search and find like, you know, 20 pounds of cocaine, usually more than that. And you know, it's a pretty fun time. Sometimes they have a little bit of action, but it's a little bit rare. My buddy bet me to ask anyone if they condone speeding. If they do, I can. Then I can. I win? Also 15 bucks. Oh, nice. $15 is great, dude. Steam summer sale's going on right now, so I mean, you can pick up a couple of good games with that. Is this silk? It is. Okay, cool. Let's see. I also think a big thing is like peacetime, because even though my dad's a Marine, which you would expect to be a hard job, but he just goes to work for an hour and signs papers, yeah. Like right now, if you were in the armed services, it's pretty nice. Like, I mean, even being in the Navy wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I mean, your job is literally sit there, sign papers, clean your gun, clean your boots, and just keep your room clean if you are staying at camp, which I don't really know if really anybody is besides the people who don't have families with them. Like, it is a pretty decent deal right now. Besides the okay, I will say there are some that aren't such fun jobs. Like, the Navy doesn't always have fun jobs. Like, they do have to escort boats out of our water, or say, hey, don't enter our don't cross over from international waters into our territory, or we will blow you to smithereens. That's a little bit less fun. It's a little bit scary. Airplane, like the Air Force, they also have a couple of jobs similar to that. But about the only one I wouldn't want to do is National Guard. And that's just because they're always in use these days. I mean, I had a friend who wanted to be in the National Guard, and he got out right before they sent him to basic. And, things would be so different if he did go. But, like, that was right before they were using National Guard for every little thing. I mean, this is, like, right before they started setting up National Guard checkpoints at borders. I mean, the first time he was about to join as well was right before they had National Guard deploying for COVID screening as well. Setting up the COVID screening and booster shots stations. It was a time. I remember all of that very vividly, and I was like, yeah, you know, man, I don't know if you really want to be a part of that. Like, I'm sure it's not the worst job in the world, but you wouldn't be getting like an easy job necessarily. And he ended up deciding against it. He decided it wasn't for him. But that was for a whole different reason as well. Okay. Unreal should be a Navy SEAL. Oh my gosh. I can see it. I can see it in my head for some reason. And it makes me happy. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need more dirt. Trying to think. There was something I wanted to say also about military. I've got a lot of family who is in the military. Just like most of us here, I'm sure a lot of our grandfathers were in the military at some point in time. Vietnam was a big one, so you know, that one might have most of it covered. But before that, great grandfather, World War II. And I think also the Korean War, but I can't remember. It's been a minute, like I'm trying to remember everything there. And it's a lot to remember when it was like me when I was 5 years old being told all this and I really didn't care. But it's like now I care. I wish I listened. Like that's really cool if you think about it. Like, oh man, my grandfather was awesome. But about the time like I realized what all that really meant, it was like, oh yeah, yo, dude, my insert person here killed somebody. That's pretty cool. It's like, they probably don't really want to be remembered for that one thing that they did. My grandpa wasn't even alive during Vietnam. Oh my gosh, you're a young guy. Wow. I mean, I know you're young, but that's wow. Okay. Wasn't born. That's crazy to me. That is so crazy. Although, like, that being said, I mean, I guess it makes sense because like I was born on the tail end of my parents having kids, whereas like for a lot of people, especially like Pi, I don't know where you're at there, but like your parents probably started having kids like a lot later, so... Or not a lot later, but like a lot earlier. Sorry. A lot earlier than when I was born. A lot later than when I was born, but a lot later in the timeline of like a parent's life. That was really hard to say for such a simple point. Doesn't help that my parents had me at 18. Yeah, so they were definitely a young couple. And depending on when their parents had them, then, you know, like, that makes a lot of sense. Like, to me, it would be wild to even think about being, like, close to my grandparents' age, because, like, they're, like, 50 years older than me, and, like... The one I know that fought in Vietnam, he was older than me, even more older than me than that. It's just, that's mind-blowing. To be close enough to your grandparents' age, that's like, yeah, no, you're not 50 years older than me or whatever. Although 50 years older than you is, like, different than 50 years older than me. Like, that would put them in their 70s for me, where for you, I guess that would be, like, 60s, probably. Somewhere in there. I mean, I know it would be somewhere in the 60s, because you're at least 10 years old. I'd hope you're at least 10 years old and you haven't been lying to me this entire time. Oh, that would be hilarious. Preserved pie is actually only 9 years old, guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't really ever remember a time when my grandparents weren't older or just old in general. Okay, I do kind of recall a time, but it was like, you know, I would have been like 5 years old, so 15 years ago. You know, that hardly counts. Like, those are some of my earliest memories, rather. Like, that was a long time ago, wow. Yeah, guys, I'm only 8. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Okay, let me put away this dirt, and then I need to sleep. I think the sooner I get this temple done, the better. Like, it would make me feel so much better having that side of the mountain pretty well completed. Oh, also, it's July 5th, so it's probably a little early for this. I'm curious. If I open up the Minecraft launcher, have I gotten my new capes yet? They said that we'd be getting our new capes by July 8th. They did. Okay. Okay, I wanna show you guys these capes. Okay, edit. So, you know, we've got this creeper cape, which is pretty sick. 15th anniversary, anyone could get this by entering a code. And I should be able to just relaunch like that. This is one from Twitch, where if you input the code, it gives you the cape. And you had to watch like a Minecraft live stream for about like 5 minutes. It looks There we go, that's purple. In a shadow it looks blue, but it's purple, I promise. And then there's one more that you can get, or could get. You can't get it anymore. And this one came from TikTok. So if you disconnect, reconnect. And there's this one, the TikTok cape, which looks pretty good. You got this one from typing the word Minecraft into any TikTok live Minecraft streamer chat. And I gave you the code, you got the cape. I didn't know they finally have released these out, but July 8th is when they should get it to the very last person, which will be good. I'm gonna stick with the 15th anniversary probably, but it's good to know that they're finally out on a lot of these. I'm not gonna take my time to relog though. I'm curious though. How does it look with... Oh, hello. It's not awful. I don't hate it. Oh, we get the capes in Java? Yeah. If you redeem them for Bedrock, you'll also get, you'll also get them for Java. So it's a pretty good deal, honestly. I wasn't expecting to get them for Java, and then I had read up in an article a little bit later that they would be coming out on July 8th, and I was like, whoa, okay. And it's a little bit early, but we're still getting them, so it's pretty nice. Also, hi Swifty, how's it going, man? I didn't do TikTok, but I liked the cape enough to do it, but I deleted TikTok right after that. I really don't like the app, but I did it anyway. I'm kind of thinking about taking my TikTok offline, like actually deleting the account. But part of me is hesitating. But I'm really considering it. That's for sure. I don't use it, and it's just another thing that if it did get hacked, it's like, yeah, no, that's not good. So it might just be better that I do away with the account. I don't know. Hello, L. How's it going? I had to take TikTok off my phone. It's too dangerous for me. Fair enough. I was well known to get sucked down a rabbit hole, so I mean, I get it. Once I started scrolling, I'd catch myself, like, I'd blink, and then an hour had passed, and it's like, uh-oh. And, you know, not only that, I guess, like, there's that chance of it being spyware, and, you know, that's not good either. I'm not too concerned about that, because I don't really have any dangerous secrets for anybody to expose, but, you know, like, I'd rather not have to deal with something like that later on. But it's mostly the time that I'd spend there, and also, part of me is wanting to lead, I guess, by example. I see how the younger generation, especially, can just suck their time away. And you know, when you see somebody related to you who's young and in that position, it's like, you know, I want you to see that you don't have to spend your time like that. Like, that's an awful way to spend your life, just scrolling while looking at a phone screen. So I've been trying to cut back on that best I can. Set a good example for young people, I guess, you know. I'm alright, how are you? I'm doing well. I'm tired, but, you know, what else is new, right? I can lose hours on TikTok. Oh, I bet. So to say, oh, the Chinese are spying on me, let's wear a cape of it. I mean, true. I just really like, I don't like that necessarily. I mean, it's not bad, but I like the creeper face. It just, for some reason, it's very aesthetically pleasing to the eye. The cape may be rare when it does get banned. True. I don't know how many people claimed each cape. Like, I've got the Twitch cape and the TikTok cape, so I've just been trying to claim every cape as they come out. Because if I miss one, then it's like, you know, maybe that cape was rare. And something about having a rare cape makes me feel more special than everybody. You know, I guess it's not really about the cape, it's about the player or something like that. I don't know. Some dumb little excuse we can we can pretend it's all about the capes, you know. It's kind of like buying skins in video games like Fortnite and Valorant. You know, it increases your skill by like 2,000%. The cape may be rare when it gets banned. Your account is probably worth a lot. Maybe that's why someone tried to hack it. You know, that could explain a lot. I still don't know why somebody did, but it happened. They brute forced it. Like, it wasn't like my account password got leaked. It was a repeated attempt. And it was a lot of repeated attempts. And I don't know why. And whoever did it was also VPNing, because it jumped from location to location, but it was done within a matter of minutes. I'm just trying to think. I mean, why would somebody even want my account? Like, that's my question. I didn't save any payment information. Well, I did save payment information on there, but it wasn't like updated payment information. It was an expired debit card. Like, there wasn't a whole lot there to steal. Like, literally, you could steal my Minecraft account. That was it, and it's 27 bucks. But even then, like, I guess, like, you can... I mean, you could have bought it cheaper over the weekends, or, the last month. It was so much cheaper. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm perplexed. Okay, let me think. Can I talk about that? Probably not. Okay. That's fine. Life is an endless cycle of perplexing things. True. You are not wrong. You are very much not wrong. Wise words, for sure. I've got hiccups. Come on. I hate hiccups. I don't know about you guys, but they can get so annoying. Because they don't really leave you alone. And they don't really go away. They just, like, I still feel like they're about to show back up. I live my life in fear of hiccups now. And like, that's no way to live. King Hiccup Nog, oh gosh. For some reason, that triggered my mind into remembering that I need to get emotes made again. Maybe because I was thinking of, like, the fact that, you know, a hiccup emote would be kind of funny, but I realized, how do you even make a hiccup emote? Like, there's not one reaction that really would really make it go, oh yeah, that emote is hiccuping, other than just the fact that you name it that or have like a word above it. I remember I need to get a whole bunch of emotes going at some point. I remember why I didn't sub. I tried to. And Twitch thought I did. Oh. I remember it, like, showing up, I thought. Yeah, it says you did, but it just didn't give you the sub. I don't... That's confusing. Oh, I fell. Okay. It declined on my card. I see. Yeah, Twitch does that a lot. I don't know why, but Twitch almost always declines my card. I usually have to go through PayPal, and it's like, man, I don't understand. I just want to support my favorite streamers. I'm assuming it's actually probably a mistake on my bank's behalf, blocking payments to Twitch. But I really don't know. My card has 53 cents. I see, I see. That would do it. That would do it. Okay. I'm gonna probably get up here in a couple minutes to kind of stretch a little bit and reset my brain. I read somewhere that, like, if you want to get stuff done and you want to be productive, you should take a break like every 20 like 7 minutes and then take a 3-minute break, or every 25 minutes take a 5-minute break. That way it gives your brain plenty of time and you work in half-hour segments essentially. I've been thinking about doing something like that, but I haven't quite committed to it either. Imagine not having 24/12. Bro is flexing, my goodness. I'm about to hit 45k points. We're close to VIP. You're getting really close, dude. It won't be much longer. Man, my arms, my everything. I'm dying off without a boost. Oh, dude, I bet. That boost really does, like, help. It helps so much. I've got 5k. You know, you're getting there. Also, hello, Derek. Okay. Huh. Okay. That was kind of scary. I wasn't expecting to see him in specific. There we go. So I come down. I need to light up down here. Okay. Sponge. Or not sponge. Frog light. Right. Brokest mod on the server? I don't know, man. You haven't I mean, Admiral is pretty broke, so... Although you actually might be the most broke now I think about it. Admiral might have more. Oh. Okay. That should help. I just realized I had the stream at 108p. Oh gosh. If I didn't invest in Hollow Knight, I'd probably be there by now. Points I probably have more. Oh yeah. Never mind. Never mind. He definitely has more points than you. Admiral has like unlimited points, essentially. I mean, I don't know how many he's at right now, but it was well over 100k last I checked. I want to say it was over 200k. Yeah, 342. He could buy VIP like 5 times. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Only 337k to beat him. You got this. Easy. Easy. I mean, if anyone wants to catch up to Admiral, all you guys gotta do is tier 3 sub and then watch every single stream. All the time. I wish mods could have VIP. Me too, honestly. Like, VIP is supposed to be like a way to set yourself apart from the others in chat. And it should be up to the streamer who gets to have the badge. If I want to give it to my mods, they should be able to have it. But like, I don't get like, I guess Twitch's idea is like mods should always have the mod badge, and so that's them being set apart already. And they already have all the privileges that VIP usually gets, but I think VIP should also have configured privileges as well. So you can control exactly what a VIP can do, whether they can post links or not, which I'm pretty sure you can control that one. But make it so that they can also maybe run certain commands like emote only, which I would never do, but you know, have some different things that you can make VIP configurable with. Same thing with mods. I was wondering why my emblem was green or was gray. I just realized I'm not a mod on Twitch. Oh yeah. So that one's from bits. I think you get that one from any bit greater than 1. I think mods should really get no ads. All right, sounds good, Pi. Sounds good. Honestly, yeah, mods should at least have the option of listening to the audio of the stream if they do have an ad. That way they can hear what's going on. But I think absolutely they should just have no ads whatsoever. But I also get it. It's probably a back-end thing that they can't just do right away. I'm going to be right back. I need to get up and kind of stretch a little bit. And I'm going to grab some more water. But I'll catch you guys here in a minute. One minute. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. We're good now. Okay, let's see. I want to catch up on chat while I'm here. Let's see. Twitch wants that money. That's true. Twitch as a platform is struggling when it comes to making money, and they're trying to fix it. They are. And I think they're making good steps towards that. However, I don't also agree with every change they're doing. It's just I understand the desperation. I mean, I myself can understand why you might be getting desperate for money when money is not coming in. So that makes sense. I just also think that they need to take their time and be careful as well. Things could be a lot better, that's for sure. Is there a different way to get modded on the Twitch? It's kind of just based on like how often you're here and if I need more mods. Like usually the times I make somebody a mod on Twitch is just like, oh, you're here, I trust you, and I can't really pay too much attention to chat right now, so like I choose you kind of deal. I wish points had more control. So like people could make apps like Discord has to have mini games and get points and such. I really wish we could just make things where like I can give somebody a certain amount of channel points. Like, I don't know why we don't have a /give channel point command for Twitch. Like, if we were playing, for example, marbles on stream, I wish I could give you guys a certain amount of channel points if you won. Because otherwise it's just kind of like it's just about activity, and it's like I don't hate that, but also I kind of would like to reward people for winning things as well. Because we could also make that a big thing with Minecraft, for example, is, oh yeah, if you play on this event, you'll get a certain amount of channel points. And not only that, you'll also get more channel points the more you win, or something like that. But they just really didn't set up anything to allow you to give channel points. 8 ads just played. Yeah, sounds about right. I ran those right when I was getting ready to step out of the room because I knew they would start running otherwise if I had just come back. So I figured I'll step out of the room, run some ads, and hopefully it'll give you guys a good ad break before they start while I'm talking. Oh, to be mod, be active or be related to King. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You're right on, man. Okay. So I gotta be careful with how I do this, but this should look okay. I was active when I received mod, true. But it really helped that you were related. He doesn't usually remove anyone's mod. If I do, it's usually for Minecraft, and that's usually the only one. And the only reason I haven't done it for some people recently is it's like, you know, you have no reason for me to take it away from you. There's no one else doing any work on it besides me right now, so it's kind of like I'd rather give you an opportunity to decide to come back or something instead. I was just about to make a political joke on how King removes nobody's mod. Maybe you can take a guess on the joke based on that. Oh my gosh. There's a few that I can kind of think of. I don't know if I'm brave enough to say any of them, though. Oh. Oh, some of them are great, though. Hello, Beetle. How's it going, man? Good to see ya. Been a while. Yeah, I've been out of town recently, and so that was a big reason why we probably haven't seen each other in a little while. But I'm here now. So like, game time, you know. Then again, I haven't been on a server in a bit too. Yeah, I guess so. That's probably also true. I don't know when the last time was, but it's probably been a minute. Things have been busy for a lot of people everywhere, so I really don't blame anybody for taking a break. See, yesterday was July 4th, perfect timing. In some places it's still July 4th, I think. I don't actually know. It might be, it might not be. It's been a while since I looked into time zones. I don't remember if we're on, like, the really late end or on the early end of, GMT. Okay, I can't really put the dirt there. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna try something a little bit different. Like that. Maybe. I don't know. Sure, it's fine. Okay. I gotta think about breathing again. Yeah, that's how you know I'm tired. I'm like actively thinking about breathing. Ah, love it. It's a good time, guys. It's a very good time. It's National Graham Cracker Day. Nice. Graham crackers are kind of good though. Like, I can see why somebody would just pick them up and like put them in a bowl and eat those for like a couple of hours. They're very good. Candy? Okay. I've still got some packs of sugar here, so we're gonna keep powering through it. Hopefully, I can kind of, sort of, maybe... I would like to... I'd like to get all the sugar off my desk. Like, that's a big goal of mine. Because there's a lot. There's so many. So thank you for the candy redemption there, Beetle. I've been getting back in the spirit of the server. I just have so many ideas I don't know where to start. Oh, dude, I know exactly what you mean. I am in the business of starting way too many projects and not knowing how to finish them. But I can tell you exactly how to start them all, like... Don't know where to start? I might be your guy. I can help you with that. Perfect. Oh no. Oh no, it's under my tongue. It dries everything out when it touches my mouth. You don't want to dry out the underside of your tongue. It makes it so unbearable. I think I'm okay. Do you not have any trip snacks left? So, like all the Japanese candies that I had, most of them don't make for good, like, stream snacks, I would say. But, that's just due to the fact that a lot of them are crunchy. And you don't really want to eat crunchy foods on stream. I need to get, like, I need to get a stream deck so I can actually press a mute button physically. Because that would really help. Then I would actually be able to eat those crunchy foods. Please continue, dear sir. I'm desperate for ideas. Oh boy. Okay. So, usually when it comes to like, starting the project, I kind of have to look at the, I look at how the build is gonna go in my head. So, for example, you know, this is a large project, I would say. And so it's like, I wanted to build a city, but I wanted to make a Viking, city. So I played around in my head with ideas, but I ultimately decided that what needed to happen first was I needed to figure out what kind of ground I wanted it on. So I started with terraforming. So I kind of recommend, I guess, starting on like the lowest layer and working your way up, sort of deal. But if you're talking like a big build, something more so kind of like this, I guess. I recommend like one solid build like this. Focus on gathering your material first. And if you're struggling, like you've got a general idea of where you want to go, but you don't know like exactly how you want it to look yet, go into like creative and give yourself like 30 minutes, like set a hard deadline, and then just go, okay, in 30 minutes, I want to have a general build done. And just force yourself to finish like that idea as fast as you can. Take a look at it, refine it a little bit after your 30 minutes, and you might actually have a pretty decent build to work on in survival a little bit later. Like for example, these towers here, they were originally actually made out of black stone, I think, and I was having a hard time finding a block that I liked to outline. And because I was streaming it, I needed to get it done quickly because I was like, I hate building things and then taking forever on them. So I swapped over the block palette to white and then added the smooth stone to kind of give it that pop, and it turned out pretty well. And some later additions in survival came along, and that's kind of where the second tower came from. But a lot of this was just kind of done as a quick sketch in survival or in creative, where I was forcing myself to do it faster than I was usually comfortable with, purely for the fact that I was streaming and I couldn't really convince myself to slow down. I think it turned out pretty good. If you're struggling with even like a base idea, like you don't know if you want to make a tower, one thing I can also recommend is like there's an art prompt thing, I think, somewhere out there. Let me see if I can find it. Or you know what? There might even be a build prompt. Yeah, there's like a Minecraft idea wheel. And, okay, can I mute you? Okay, and so, like, on it right now is just a couple of ideas. Like, for example, if I spun it right now, what do I get? tree house. And so you kind of take that idea of a tree house and you go, okay, you know, if I wanted to build a tree house and I wanted to make that like a pretty sizable base, let's scale that up into multiple tree houses. And those tree houses, you know, it's going to be a village. So we're going to take some inspiration from a treetop village. What's one of the more popular treetop villages in media that I know? Let's look up Star Wars treetop village, which would be Endor. So Star Wars Endor treehouse. And so, like, there's the Bright Tree Village from Wikipedia, and it kind of gives you an idea of some things you can look at. And you go, you know what, I'm going to make a similar idea to that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build some custom trees, and I'm going to kind of try to make an inspired build. You don't necessarily want to directly copy it, but kind of inspired by it. Do some things that are similar to it. Thank you for the follow, Rodentology Pope Fork Knife. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, that's one thing I recommend. You can kind of take an idea and upscale it if you're struggling to. Whoa. Okay, I realize it's not raining on my screen. Bedrock has this issue all the time. Riptide. Love it. You scared me for a second. I was like, oh, Beetle's cheating. Cool, okay. Well, that sucks. But no, it's the fork. Got it. My castle? Yeah, I mean, let's just go look at Beetle's castle and we'll know. We'll have a good idea of a base that you can build. That makes sense. I think a big problem is I hate getting resources, so that's definitely somewhere to start. Yeah. With the resource grind in specific, it might help you to break it down into chunks. And so you kind of go you kind of look at it and go, okay, I want to do a lot of terraforming. I need to get dirt. So I'm going to spend 30 minutes getting dirt, and then I'm going to go do something else for a little bit. And just kind of break up your resource gathering. So that way you're not exclusively forcing yourself to do something you hate. Like, I hate getting dirt, and I hate getting stone and such. So one thing I ended up doing eventually was building a stone generator, but outside of that, there's a reason I have so much dirt. One, I convinced people to give me it. But two, I've been working on other builds that allow me to get dirt by digging. So I kind of started a different project over here. It's like, okay, I gotta widen the river. Well, that's gonna give me plenty of dirt. I've gotten several shulkers worth of dirt just from over here. And I'll get several more. So that's another thing. If you know you're gonna be destroying a lot of stuff, then you know, you can kind of start with that to help get some resources going. Was I over here? I don't remember. Let's just go home village and call it good. Okay. Just call me Fork if it's easier. Also, what version is this SMP? Like Pi says there, 1.20.4. We want to update to 1.21 soon. However, I'm not going to be home in about a week, so we probably won't have it updated anytime soon. But when we do update it, it'll also have a new IP, a new host. Overall, it'll just be a whole lot better as well. Okay. I'm excited for the upgrade. I'm gonna try to put a game plan together this weekend. Or not this weekend, sorry, this week. To, well, I guess this weekend. Saturday. Which is just pretty much all of tomorrow. I'm going to hopefully put together a good plan and try to enact it a little bit so that we can keep the server fun and enjoyable for as many people as possible. This is by far the best version of the SMP that we've had. It's just we've got to figure out a way to revitalize it. And I think a lot of that has to do with just the way we market it. And I think one way I can probably help with that is, one, like I've mentioned a couple of times, I want to start a server network. So I think a creative plot world would be a lot of fun. To kind of help kickstart things. Also, there is something attached to my leg. What is that? That is a piece of a sucker. My niece and nephew are over, and I guess one of them chomped off a bit of their sucker and stuck it to my leg. Thank you for that, buddy. I know exactly which one did that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyway, but the big thing for this server is kind of like long term, you know, we don't reset often sort of deal. We don't really ever market ourselves that way though, and I'm realizing now that that's kind of a big issue in the way we present ourselves. We've been pretending to be something we're not. You know, we're the server is more so building and long-term gameplay. So anybody that's looking for something short-term and anybody that's interested in just like lore and such, they're not gonna get it so much here. Now, I wouldn't be opposed to having actual lore building for the game throughout the seasons. We talked about this before. The only reason we didn't do it was because nobody had the time to take on the task of making something consistent. So we just never did any lore. But I wouldn't be opposed to actually having lore, and that would be kind of like how you see the end time of that season coming up, is by the way things are escalating. I could see that being interesting. I don't know, I'll look into that later on. But, like I said, big thing, we need to show off our building side, really. Our building and some of the long-term things you can do. Like, I want to do the casino really, really bad. So I'm kind of debating maybe setting aside a couple of stream days to, like, stream me kind of designing a casino with you guys on stream. And then, you know, over the next month or so, we would build that on the SMP. And, you know, that would be another thing that you guys could go spend time on. Because that's one of the big things is, like, I think people like to gamble. But, it's really hard to gamble when, the machines right now are all broken, unfortunately. But, I think a big portion of it is also the fact that, like, they have nobody to gamble with. So if I could automate it, a lot of it anyway, then that would kind of make it even better, I think. I love to gamble. I love to gamble. Oh my gosh, you know, that's fair. Me too. Me too. King all data packs on vanilla streaks are updated to 1.21 now, so player heads, double shulker drops, and micro blocks. Sweet. That'll be good. I didn't even think about the fact that those need to be updated. Yeah, we've got a lot of things that we gotta update soon. Oh my... I don't know if you guys heard that. That was a firework. That was close. Or relatively close, anyway. Boom. I think lore would be cool if you ever want to. I could type some up. I'm always open to ideas. The big thing is like that. I guess the big thing we were running into anyway was we were struggling to not write something that was just kind of cringe or overdone. We had cooked a couple of ideas up. And I think a lot of it just needs to kind of have the gaps filled in. Because, like, for example, if we went back to, for example, the old King SMP seasons, we could just ignore them in the lore and just say they never even happened or whatever. But part of me would like to have them as some sort of backstory. But one of the things is, like, most of them, well, the first two ended in, like, the most unconventional means ever. The first one especially. It ended with somebody cheating and copy-pasting things. So we were like, well, that sucks. Let's just restart. We need to restart with rules anyway, so that was kind of what happened there. But you know, season 1 at that point would be the next one. It ended due to the fact that the world basically lost all of its player base. Nobody, it was even worse than what it is now. Like, the people that did got on, sat there, they'd follow me around. That was pretty much it. Season 2 ended because that was our set date. We already had set a specific date and time of it is ending exactly on this day, you know, like I bought the server for a full year, that's what we're getting. That man changed the course of King SMP forever. Yeah, we could still be on the lawless world that King SMP once was. Want me to fix the casino sign? It's just been casting for like 2 months. Yeah, if you want to, Pi, that would be pretty good. Different universes. Yeah, we were thinking about doing that, but like at the same time, we want to like kind of explain how the reset even happens if we did a lore, because then it can kind of explain, you know, what kind of events you need to stay away from in order for the world to not end, kind of deal. Like, did they pass a certain a point of no return, and that's why the world resets? And I think, if I remember correctly, let me pull it up. Why are we rubber banding? I don't know, actually. Okay, whatever. I don't have privileges, never mind. I could just make a banner and give it to someone. I don't know why you don't have privileges, to be honest. You should. Thanks, jerk. Sincerely. Oh my gosh. Let's see, where's the lore chat? We used to have a lore chat. Did that get put in the archives? No. What happened to it? Did it just actually get deleted? There's a builder channel, quest team channel. But I don't see the lore. Uh-oh. Okay, let me search for it. Okay, well. That is concerning. I think I have some of it saved with Unreal somewhere, so... no, I don't. Never mind. Okay, well, there's a lore channel, like, somewhere. And it was supposed to have a whole bunch of stuff alongside it, but it just doesn't. I don't know what happened to it. I could have sworn we had one, but it is not here. Huh. Okay. Well. Okay. I don't know what happened to it. I doubt he deleted it. Cause like I mean, maybe he did. I don't know. We've redone the Discord a couple of times since then, so I don't know. It's fine. Okay. Whatever. Let's see. I mean, there was a little church that had a book that just said Along Us. That's the only lore I've ever seen. Along Us was great. I really wish we I wish we kept the church, to be honest. The casino wasn't fully planned out from what I take, I guess. I mean, it was planned, it was just like, I don't think it was, I don't think whoever was in charge of it at that exact moment, was fully planning on all the builds that ended up in it. And for whatever reason, they weren't working when they were moved to the server. But Along Us, that one was like a good, like, little run. Just, it was Unreal messing around. And then Ort adopted Along Us into just being a kind of a cult religion sort of deal, which was like really funny because it was just like, it's the only remnant of last season. Like, literally, that was a season 2 thing, and that was the only thing that really made its way over into the server. And then it got removed. And part of it was just because, like, a lot of it was just Along Us kind of felt not dumb, but it felt kind of out of place with where it was. So I'm kind of thinking about a way to bring back Along Us in like a different build. That way it still has like some sort of like hidden lore there. And, you know, that could be kind of interesting, I guess, but I don't know. These streams follow a similar pattern. We talk about normal stuff, then slowly dissolve into the state of the SMP. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. Also, welcome on in, Ethan. We do a lot of talking about how the server is. And, you know, I'm fine with that. Like, that's pretty nice. Along Us is the only constant. Along Us is, like, the only exception, I guess. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, those fireworks scare me, like, every time. They're loud. Along Us remembers all. Along Us had been around longer than me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, you're right. That feels so weird. Wow. Among Us remembers all. Among Us is what resets the universe. That's crazy. Okay, wow, those are loud. Or equals Among Us confirmed. I finally put my head on the mountain. My eyes are so bright. Oh boy, I need to go check that out sometime. When is the crab totem? I don't know. Unreal would have been the one that would add that. You guys should have just added the crab to Minecraft. So like, take the L. So nice to use a farm on another server I'm on. They don't allow farms. Oh, dude, I kind of despise servers like that because it limits what you can build. That's like, you can't build like huge builds really because they limit what you're able to build in terms of farms, and farms are kind of how you build some stuff like this. Like, I would never have enough quartz for this build, let alone the build I have way over there made out of quartz, the towers, if it weren't for the fact that I have farms. I can see the appeal to them because it makes it so that you're not OP like super quickly, but also at the same time it limits what you can really do. Okay. It might not help that my windows are open, maybe, but I mean, I'm still hearing it like through the walls. It's fine though. We should be able to build anything. It's a sandbox. I agree. Let me just catch up here. Unreal said he'll add new quests when the update comes out. Still waiting, Unreal. So, thing is, like, well, yes, he said that was at a different point in time in his life. I wouldn't hold him to anything he said he will do, if it was back when he was playing the server frequently. If you want to build a dog, you can. Within reason. Yeah, within reason, definitely. You want to set your dog on fire, you can. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see. It's an Origin server? Okay. I've never really been into Origins. I've seen people play, and I hear how great it is, but every time I've tried, I just really can't get into it. I wish I could. That sounds like thunder. How bad is it gonna get tonight? Do I need to be prepared for the stream to crash? It doesn't look like it'll get too bad. If it does crash, it'll be in like 2 hours, so it'll be fine. Oh well, it's fine. Arson. Yes, arson. We love it. We love it so much. Hashtag support arson or something like that. Origins was fun for the first few days I played it, but it honestly gets kind of boring. Yeah, that's kind of what I've gathered as well. It's kind of like, I've noticed there's been like this big push, and it's been a lot in the modding community especially, to make Minecraft less like Minecraft so that people find enjoyment in it again. And it's like, I can get that. And Origins isn't necessarily guilty of this, but there are a lot of modders like this, and a lot of people who just download Origins, for example, And it's an last-ditch effort, I guess, to, like, enjoy Minecraft as it is. To, and because they're, you know, at that point of, like, I want to like Minecraft, they're modding it so much that it's, like, hardly even Minecraft. And, like, I can understand that, and I can appreciate it, and you play how you guys want. Like, that's awesome. I can, like... I can see the appeal to it, and then Minecraft is a tool, so, like, you know, rock on. You do you, man. But also at the same time, I just kind of go, why don't you play, like, Gmod or something? Something a little bit better built for that purpose. Origins is better in roleplay, not really normal play. I could definitely see that, like... Otherwise, it's like, there's a clearly better Origin to start in. So, like, most people play for... If they're playing for gameplay, Origins in gameplay is just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start as... Insert best Origin here. I don't know which one's the best. It's been a while since I've tried. Thing is, it's random. Sometimes it is, not all the time though. I've seen ones where you can pick, but the ones that are random aren't so bad. But you know, when you get to pick your Origin, it's just like you're gonna pick the obvious best one, and you're just gonna use that to get through the early game grind, and then what are you gonna do? And usually that's the issue, is a lot of people, that when they play Minecraft, they want to play it like they're still, you know, 8 years old. And there's nothing wrong with playing the way you were when you were 8, but it's not as hard of a game to you anymore. And that's because you know how to play now. You've grown up. You've learned how the game works behind the scenes. So you gotta play differently. You gotta change how you approach the game. And with that is, you gotta kind of look at some different complexities. Like you mentioned, Pi, there. I haven't read the whole message, but you mentioned redstone. That is something that 8-year-old me would never even touch. Now, 12-year-old me definitely did touch it. I remember vividly on the Xbox 360 and the Wii U, I had kind of learned a lot about redstone and was decent enough with it. But, you know, looking into farming, that's something like, now that we're a lot older, we understand those mechanics a lot better, and the game's been studied a lot more. Building, it's a lot more complex than just building a box nowadays. I mean, to be entirely honest, like, I don't find joy in building boxes anymore like I did when I was young. It's now about, like, building big boxes, and, you also, you build a whole bunch of dumb things, but occasionally you build something really sick, and that's how you end up with big mountains, is, like, I kept pushing myself. Like, 12-year-old me would marvel at this. Like this, right here. He would never even dream of building this. And I'm sure, like, 25-year-old me would look at this and go, yeah, that's child's play. And that's just because, like, I haven't even reached the limits of my creativity, necessarily. Like, I'm gonna be older one day, and I'm gonna think up better ideas, and we spend so much time trying to live in our nostalgic self that we're forgetting to make new memories and play new ways. Because we're afraid to change the way we play. But the truth is, Minecraft is supposed to change as we grow as people. You know, the game never changed. We did. That is the cold, hard, honest truth. The game never changed, we did. And, you know, that's a sad, harsh truth. Like, when I look at this, it's like, you know, man, how Minecraft has changed. And it's like, no, no, no. Man, how have I changed? Like, it used to be I just found joy in playing Minecraft by running around a 128 by 128. I think it was a lot bigger than that, but running around my Xbox 360 world, I'd build a square house every, like, it was probably about, like, every 50 blocks or so, maybe even less than that. And I would breed up a whole bunch of dogs, and I would get a whole bunch of resources that I didn't know what to do with. And I never even got diamonds. Like, that was fine with me. I didn't need diamonds. I didn't even use iron, really. I remember now. You know what I would do? I would gather up a whole bunch of cows, put them in a pen, breed them, and I would use them to get leather for leather armor because I was scared to run out of resources. So I never used iron unless I was doing something really, really important. And usually I didn't even do that. I would just hoard it. That was how I found out. That's how I found out that monsters spawn in caves. That was like one thing I learned was like, because I originally started with a cave house and I was like, this is really, really awesome. Found out monsters spawn in caves. Then I dug a little bit deeper, found out they actually spawn in darkness, which is like, whoa. I'm learning a whole lot. And, you know, I changed the way I played, but I didn't know it back then that I was changing the way I played. And you keep doing that over a set of years, and then you realize, like, hey, I'm changing the way I'm playing. I don't like that. But go ahead, evolve. It's not gonna kill you, I promise. You did it when you were young, and everything turned out fine, so keep doing it. Keep doing it. You'll enjoy your life a whole lot more. You talked about how you had like a redstone lab world, right? Yes, I did. It was awesome. I want to go dig up that world one day for you guys so you guys can see just how mad it was. Dang, this is getting deep. Dang, that's destiny, that's will, that's striving, being a trailblazer, going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is firing with its beauty, its incredible detail. Tuning into it, they want to shatter your mind talking about Justin Bieber. Great Alex Jones quote there. This is deep. Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, there's nothing wrong with deep talk. I kind of want to make a video now about me then versus me now, right? That might be a cool video idea. I don't know. I'll think on that one. Sometimes shaders do that too. I feel like they're trying to make it too realistic. Yeah. Yeah, and like, that's the thing, like, the shaders I use, I like them. But there are some that I, like, hate with a passion, and it's because they're too orange, or they're too different to the base game. This one I feel like is close enough to the base game that I can live with it. I like shaders more than I like the base game just because of the shadows. And it doesn't necessarily change the game too much in my opinion. But, like, I feel content playing this way. It feels weird to me now, but I do feel content doing it. I just make sure I'm caught up here. I think a way to cure my boredom is redstone. I want to make something cool. It can just be so high risk for error. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I love redstone, but it is a pain if something goes wrong because it can ruin like literally several lines. And if you have several circuit systems where it's like, okay, I have a piston feed tape hooked up to a redstone T flip flop mixed up to a and or gate with a randomizer. It's like you mix all those things together, and if even just one of those goes wrong, it can break all the other systems, and it's like that. That is that is my worst fear when it comes to working with redstone. Flying machines are the worst. Like I love building them and I love using them for like secret builds where you have like a secret door. But the second that they break is the second that everything is just insanity. I don't want to talk about it. I do not want to talk about it. These firework people do not mind firing in a storm. No, they don't. They really do not. I think another thing that has blocked my creativity is the location of the Jerv area, because I'm in the middle of a savanna with the coastline. Oh, I see, yeah. Honestly, it might not be a bad idea for you to kind of just go out somewhere on your own and try to do something else. Because, like, that whole area was, like, super developed already when you guys got a hold of it. And then on top of it, it's not like a great location to build anyway. I mean, there's better ones out there if you were looking. So I would say yeah, maybe try and see what other locations are out there and see if anything inspires you. That's kind of what happened with my build. I always wanted to build a volcano, and I knew that was kind of like where I wanted to go with this base. And it was simply because I was looking for a village, because I wanted to do villagers this season. And I had come upon this village, nobody had claimed it yet, so I claimed it. And I looked at it, and there was this mountain. And you can still see it if I go under. You see that mountain. And I was like, you know, what if we turn that into like a volcano? Like, that would be really cool. And I didn't do that for the longest time because other ideas kept taking precedence. But at the end of the day, like, it inspired so many other things because it was like, it inspired me to stay in the area first and foremost. So, like, what actually happened was I looked at it and said, yeah, I want a village. So I took the village. I looked at it and said, I want to build a volcano. That would be really cool. So we'll make a slave camp of some sort. So we'll take him over here. And I was like, I want a tower. And then I was like, well, with a volcano and a tower, it could be kind of like Lord of the Rings. So let's kind of build something inspired by the Eye of Sauron's tower in Lord of the Rings. So I started sketching it, but with the time frame limit that I had, it kind of changed into something completely on its own, which I think looks fantastic. And then I was like, well, now that we have that, I need to make sure villagers are far enough away so that way they're not all in one village. Because I want to do a raid farm. So we did the raid farm. And I think while we were doing the raid farm, I was also building down here. And I wanted to have one building for each village type. So that way I could have a full trading hall. And so, you know, I have this, like, librarian building. And eventually it kind of went, okay, well, let's build another building. So we built that one. And then I was like, well, it's getting laggy. So let's not put all my villagers in one place because, like, 200 villagers is just a lot. So we'll kind of spread them out. So I was like, well, let's make this area make sense. So I want to build a thing there to house all the villagers so they have a place to sleep. I already had my iron farm in. It's like, well, what if we make this like a slave camp? And over there, that's where the master lives. And so, like, I finally built that, like, not that long ago. But, you know, like, as you can see, like, things started kind of developing just out of a habit of simply due to the fact that I wanted to work with villagers, and I knew I wanted a volcano, and I had a tower in the works. I was like, Lord of the Rings. And everything kind of just spun out of control after that, but in the best way possible. I don't remember what really inspired the mountain range other than the fact that, like, I just really wanted to build a mountain range. I can't think of why I built it. It just happened.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. I'm Steak Jr. from YouTube. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I'm just rambling at this point. You guys probably didn't need to know all of that, but that's how I actually pretty well developed this space, I think. Let me make sure I'm all caught up as well. Okay, I am caught up. Cool. But yeah, I guess big thing. I was just flying around and I never knew how close everyone's bases were. Yeah, they're actually really, really close. At least the first couple of months worth of bases, they're like close. Spawn, Bionics base, Jerv base area, and here are all like a big triangle. Yeah. If you have the mini-map mod as well, like, you can actually see them all pulled up on a map. It's crazy how close everything is. I never really realized, I guess, until Theo had kind of like shown me a picture of his map. I was like, wait a minute. Everything is like right next to each other. He's like, yeah, you didn't know that? It's like, no. Because I've been over here on my own, and I didn't realize just how close I was to spawn until I was like, hey, this mountain looks like a really good spot for me to build a castle on. And so I started flying over here. And I was like, I want to put like a cave in it with a dragon. And I came over the hill and I realized that's all the minigame area. And I realized spawn was on the other side, and I was like, oh, okay, got it. So like I've made that like my marker for being the end of it all if I do ever build it there, but it's that realization that everything's a lot closer than what I realized. And that's not a bad thing. It's just like it's just a thing. Okay, we're almost done with the dirt placing up here, I think. Okay. Was that my ping or was that the TPS? That was the TPS. Okay. Cool. That's fine. Oh, okay. There we go. I didn't either. I thought it was far off. Yeah, it's all actually like so close to each other. It's crazy. There are some people who are far out, but it's pretty few and far between on that one. Well, do I want to finish the dirt up here, or do I want to do something else for a little bit? I like having the dirt. I kind of want to also finish connecting up, like, down there, all the way up, because we've got several areas that are in desperate need of attention. Maybe we actually work over there with the stone for a little bit, because that needs to kind of be done before I can actually finish the terraforming here. And that might be a good plan. I finally found a plains after the endless savanna. Now I just gotta flatten it. Sounds like a good plan, man. If you happen to not need any of that dirt, let me know. I will gladly take it off your hands. Okay. Let me think. So, where I'm at with things right now, guys. We've got all of this up here that needs to eventually stretch out, which we'll do later. It's not the main focus at the moment. what the main focus is trying to finish this cliff side. That way I can finish the terraforming for that side of the mountain. Here, let me do it in spectator so it's a little easier for you guys to see. So we've got this cliff that's building up here, and it'll kind of have an incline, and it'll lead all the way up, eventually leading up to a new level up here where there will probably be another waterfall. However, I gotta figure out how the water gets up here, because water only goes downstream. So I've got to kind of figure out what I want to do with that exactly. I guess, like, let me see. Like, so the water comes from a source, right? I basically just Googled it, just to double check that I'm not gonna be dumb here. So, you know, water doesn't travel upstream. That we all know that it doesn't crawl back up the waterfall. Water comes from a source, usually a river or a lake, which is being fed by other rivers or lakes, which are being fed by larger rivers, lakes, and oceans. Some of the water also comes from rain or snow. So, basically, I'm kind of screwed because this much water would have to come from the ocean. Which it can't because it's way above the ocean. So what I could do... Let me think. Basically, we could say it's rainwater, snow, melted snow, or melted ice. That's about as much as I have there. Yeah. Reverse waterfall, the water comes up from the ocean. We could do that. You could do something like Minecraft logic it. Soul Sand Patch. It shoots the water up. There we go. I mean, honestly though, wait. I mean... it's kind of like a cave, like a water cave. And there's like a underwater volcano or something. And, because heat rises, it kind of like shoots the water up and bursts occasionally. And it super freezes at the top. And it turns into like an ice cave up here, essentially. That's not at all scientific, but who cares, right? It's gonna look cool. I really try to make stuff make sense when I build because it's one of those things where people don't think about it until they think about it. And I don't want somebody walking around looking at stuff and going, this is really cool and all, but where did the water come from? It's like, don't worry, bud. I already thought of all that. Although that one's a little less obvious, but, you know, it'll be somewhere, and if somebody, like, ever asked, I could just explain it. But, you know, like, everything else is, like, kind of, sort of, explained already by itself, which is good. But anyway, we're gonna try to work on this area here, so it's gonna kind of be stone leading up to each point. Ideally, if we could get up to this spot by tonight, the end of tonight, which would mean we spend like 1, 2, 3 hours, 1 hour on each pole maybe, we'd be pretty good. I am still in the process of working on my dungeon tower thing, but still thinking on mob transportation. trying to think. I mean, you've got some possibilities. I thought maybe somehow using trial spawners. I mean, you could, but that's like a one-time use. So it's a good idea. Although, can you reuse them with like ominous, what is it? The ominous effect, the ominous omen, whatever it's called. I don't remember. No, after use, it's a cooldown. Okay. Then you can redo it. Okay. Oh, happy 1 year, homie. Hey, let's go. Thank you so much for subscribing, homie. Much appreciated. 12 whole months. Let's go. Good to see you, Infinite, by the way. It's been a minute. I've been gone and you've been busy, but it's good to see ya. One year, that's crazy. That, wow. Okay. That feels weird to me. That is, it doesn't feel like I've known you for a full year. Yeah, it's been a minute. I've been gone too. Been watching my parents' house/dog for the past week. Hey, yo, let's go. Before that was West Coast weekend. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Busy, just busy time of the year. Goodness. I'm gonna come over this way first and see if I can figure some stuff out. Well, no, wait. We start on that side. I got an idea. I'm about to pull a pro gamer move here. I brought my PC just a couple hours ago though. Hey yo. Still gotta set up. I mean, you know, homie. I might be down to game a little bit tonight if you're on. Just saying. Let's see. Trying to remember how am I? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm geometrying a little bit, and the math, you know, it never mathed anyway, because it's all shapes. But like for example, okay, this is point A. And that is point B right there, and that's point C. We're essentially making like a, let's see. We're basically making the hypotenuse of a triangle. But it's not going to be a steady incline either. It needs to actually kind of have some amount of variable to it. But it's almost better to start with a gradual and then sort of swap things around to kind of make it look a little more sudden. Those times when you make the whole way and you realize everything is off by one block. Oh gosh. Last time I made a big base, it was like a huge cylinder. And I didn't check each level because it's kind of like a tiered system, so it was kind of like cylinder 1 was, you know, right here, and then on top of that, like a couple blocks up was, you know, the next cylinder, and it was a little bit more in, and I didn't check to make sure that you could make a perfect cylinder on each level. And so you got up eventually a couple more. Let's see if I can get up there. And it didn't turn into a perfect cylinder. It looked a lot more like, you know, a square. And so I managed to turn it into a cylinder. But the thing about perfect circles is what works for one number doesn't work for another, and so it was actually shifted off by 1. And so you won't notice because it's so big. It's like, you know, that level is like 60 something blocks long. So unless you're just counting, you won't notice. But I know it's off by like 1 block. And you know, like the bottom is like 100 blocks long. That's perfect. It's actually centered. But we don't talk about I think it was level 3 and level 4 were off by just like a little off. It haunts me a little bit to not to tell a lie. I mean, it is forever burned in my head that I have made a unsymmetrical build. That was supposed to be very, very symmetrical, very geometric. And it is forever wrong. Dude, I just remembered I have like $300 of Beyblades under my bed. Oh, dude, Beyblade. I haven't touched a Beyblade in like, oh wow, has it really been that long? It's probably been like 10 years. My friends accidentally took mine. Because they would bring over like a backpack full of Beyblades and we'd do a tournament. And so like they had like 30 in their backpack, and my family wasn't exactly what you would call rich. We didn't really have it in the budget to buy a new toy every couple of months. Beyblade was one of those that we just couldn't really afford much of. So I got 2 for Christmas one year, and that's all I ever had. Well, it ended up getting mixed in with my friend's like 30 Beyblades, and they accidentally took it. And we just never got it back because they lived far away. So by the time I actually cared about Beyblade again, or by the time I actually saw my friends again, I didn't care about Beyblade, rather. Which is like, oh, you know, oh well. But I'm trying to remember what they were called. I was always jealous of the guys that had the Pegasus, I think is what it was called. Because Pegasus was cool. That one was so light, too. For some reason I want to say it was a bowl of some kind. Was it Dark Bowl? Yes. Yes, okay. I had Dark Bowl, I think if it was this exact model, it was Dark Bowl H14 5 SD. Yeah. And I was very, very happy with that one because it had a huge chunk of metal to it. It won a lot of battles, I've got to say, man. It was a good one. I don't remember what the other one was. It was a darker Beyblade, but I don't remember. I don't remember which one it was. Was it that one? Dark Wolf. That was it. Yes, Dark Wolf. Dark Wolf, which would be DF 14.5 FS. And again, that was another heavy one, if I remember correctly, and it shredded up. It shredded up the competition. Okay. That's... That sent me down like a whole rabbit hole that I I completely forgot about it. But yeah, I had Dark Bull and Dark Wolf. Those were my two. You had the Metal Fusion ones. Yes, yes. That's when I got into Beyblade. Was Metal Fusion. Hashtag make Beyblade popular again. Oh man, I would not say no to it. Like it used to be like a big deal. Somebody would pull out like we didn't have the money for the arenas, my brother and I. So what we would do is we would take like those big Rubbermaid lids that you'd get for like the totes, the tubs, the big rubber tubs, and or not rubber tubs, plastic tubs, and we would take it on a lid and we would just 3, 2, 1, let her rip, and boom, we hosted like a couple of tournaments with a couple of friends on like the really really large ones that you'd like, you know, the table length totes. Those lids, they held so much. Oh, thank you so much. If you need shulkers, let me know. I've got plenty of shells. Um, but yeah, I was I missed that time. Like it was so serious when somebody brought out the Beyblades. I see where this is going. King figured it out. They made the Leaning Tower piece out of square blocks. I mean, yeah, that's you know, a pretty close description. Once everything was shifted over by one, it was like, oh no. Beyblades were the perfect mix of fun and just the right amount of danger that parents wouldn't think anything of it. Exactly. I miss like I miss when we were allowed to have fun while being a little bit dangerous. Like we're now at the point where kids aren't even really allowed to climb trees. But they're encouraged to sit at home and play on their iPad all day, and I just it hurts. It hurts so much. Hey opponent, how's it going, man? I think I'm hitting a Minecraft burnout or maybe even a creative one. I haven't done anything creative in a week and I can't. Interesting. Um so one thing that you should be careful of is don't force yourself to do anything. Because the second you start forcing yourself is the second that you know, will probably actually end up in burnout. And that's the last thing you want to do, like, right now, because, you know, it'll make you be a lot less of a joyful person. So, you know, take some deep breaths. Don't force yourself to do anything. A couple of big things, that helped me if I'm coming up on burnout is I just take a break from my current projects. So you know, I really don't feel like working on this build still. Like these houses, I want to, I just can't. Like this project I am burnt out on. So see about trying to do a different build if you can, but if it's just a general thing of like Minecraft, then take a break from Minecraft, try to play some other games, and then occasionally you're just gonna have to force yourself to hop on Minecraft and see if you can get back into the joy of playing. Try something new. You know, maybe decide that you're gonna go get all the achievements, or you're gonna play on a hardcore server with some friends just for fun. Sometimes you just gotta force yourself to get back on, but do something that you wouldn't normally do. That seems to help me a little bit. If it's a general creative burnout, then what I recommend is instead of focusing on, you know, creating stuff, focus on consuming stuff. There's a reason why I've been watching a lot of YouTube lately. It's because I have a hard time getting myself to do stuff. So I've been spending my time watching YouTube, and then the second I have inspiration is the second I use it. I go, you know what? I'll be in the middle of watching a video about I'm trying to think of something that would be relevant right now that I have watched recently. I watched something about game development. Just to kind of get myself in the right mindset. I really want to make games. So, I try to watch videos about that just to kind of understand other people's thought processes, and eventually maybe I'll learn some things from them here and there. And sometimes that inspires me to actually sit down and learn how to make games, but sometimes it just inspires me to create things in general. And so what ends up happening is like I decide that I'm going to log on to Minecraft really quick and work on something. Or I decide that I'm going to work on a new video. Or I start writing on my new show again. And it's weird, the smallest things that give you inspiration for just anything. So take those bursts of inspiration when you get them and just have fun. But don't be afraid to just consume content instead of creating it. Creative burnout sucks, but you can't rush your way through it. I'm sure you could probably also ask Google how to get through creative burnout, and I'm sure they've got lots of great resources on it. I never take my advice, and I never Google how to get through it, but I would recommend seeing what people have on Reddit to say. A lot of the times there's been plenty of threads about that. I wonder if you can make a working Beyblade arena in Minecraft. You probably could. I'm trying to think how you would go about making the Beyblades, like that. It would be tough. You could probably put together something, though. You could definitely make a mod about it. I could definitely see that working. I'm kind of surprised there aren't, like... I think the big thing with Beyblade was, like, the appeal to it, at least to me, was it was something physical. You could actually watch it, and it was so intense because a lot of times there was, like, some stakes there. Even if you weren't, like, betting anything, which we never did because we were kids and we didn't have anything, but we would bet on dares. And so it would be like, I bet if I win that you have to fulfill insert dare here. And it would be like, okay, well, if I win, then you have to do this. That was how we operated back then, guys. And it always turned out really hilarious because I never really lost. I'm telling you, man, Dark Bull, he was the true champion. I'm gonna see if I can join the server again in like an hour. Will you still be on? I might be, probably. I suck at building, so seeing that house is crazy. My internet sucks. Oof. Well, hopefully your internet is working okay when you hop on. I wish I could say the same about my house. It's lacking something. I just don't know what. I think the big thing with building is to never really give up, and you got to look at it kind of like it's art, where it's gonna be a while before you're, the next Vincent van Gogh. It's gonna take time for you to develop the skills that Grian has, because you haven't been practicing for as long as Grian's been building. He's been building since, pretty well since Minecraft came out. So, when you look at it that way, you know, he's been building for 15 years. And you've been building for, you know, 2 years. Your builds are going to look nothing like his. And that's one thing that's helped me a little bit is, you know, I've only been truly building for a couple of years. More so, I've been seriously building for like the last 5 or 6 years. And I think it's starting to show. You'll make leaps and bounds and progress here and there, but there's also going to be days where you kind of feel like you're regressing a little bit, but it's not like the end of the world either, you know, that happens. Okay. My laptop sucks with my trash internet. It's lagging, so I can't do as good stuff as others, if that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, by the way. That's good stuff. I think the big thing to remember is, like, don't let the lag deter you. If it's something you truly want to do, see if there's any way you can make it work. So with your laptop, you know, not working the best, one thing that I kind of recommend is seeing what you can take off the laptop to make it run a little bit better. Actually, I'm going to take this with me over here. But, you know, like, I'm sorry, I was thinking deep thought there for a second. But, you know, take your laptop, turn down as much of the settings as you can to make it run as good as you can. Internet, you don't really have a whole lot of option with. Just try to sit either close to the router, or if you can hardline it and plug into the Ethernet, do that instead. And just pray. Sometimes what it is your router needs to update, and sometimes it's not been set up properly to update. So you can kind of sort of try to do that as well. And if all else fails, it's probably your ISP's fault in that case. And you know, that one sucks. I have had my ISP literally come and turn off my internet because they said we were causing interference on the network, and the whole block was basically down. Which, you know, not what I want to be remembered for. But they did come and fix the issue, which means, like, our internet does run better now than what it did before. But it was simply because one wire was not plugged in all the way. Okay, I want to double check this just so I'm caught up. You are a better builder than me because you have the ability to say, I want a village, and you can see how you want it and build it. I have to think about ideas more, concept it over and over to perfect it. I don't know if I would say I'm better, but I have a different mindset walking into it. I've always been somebody to wing it. Oh, ads, oh no. Okay, I'll wait. I won't divulge too much into that point just yet. Let's see. I will join in like 30 minutes. I'm 2 feet away from the internet. Okay. Well, we'll await your we will await your arrival. Hold that thought. Will do, Swiftu. Will do. Sup, nerd? You sound a bit different. Did the Supreme Leader give you the Rona? No, thankfully not. I'm just tired, and I had shot my vocal cords while I was at Disneyland. Partially intentionally. When I'm away and I'm just with my brother, I can't help myself. I just have to have some fun. So I'm gonna scream and shout with with everybody on the roller coasters. We're gonna be silly. We're gonna have a good time, and you know that's something that's important to me. And so that's why my vocal cords really don't sound so happy. It makes me sound sick. I promise I'm not. But it does make me sound really sick. I'm not gonna lie. But the vocal cords, yeah, they're pretty much like I said, they're pretty torn up right now. Okay, we're back. Awesome. So I don't know if I would necessarily say I'm better at building. It's just I have a different style in terms of approach. So like you said, I can look at it and go, I want a village. And in this case, I actually did plan it out a little bit more than what I usually do. I took a picture from up above and then just drew in where I wanted stuff. Actually, it was kind of me drawing up here. I came up here, I drew in the land where I wanted the land to even go. And then I put in little boxes of where each thing was supposed to be. And that's kind of how that one came together. But yeah, usually I just I wing it on everything. I never actually really spend much time planning. And so that's kind of how my freestyling goes. Now that does come back to bite me. It's good to be in the habit of being able to plan as well. So I can certainly appreciate that. And I think you use tools way better than what I could ever do. Like I can do this. Like I can build huge cliffs and stuff. Don't ask me to try to use world edit too much though. Like that scares me. I cannot use world edit very much. I'm going creative and cook up some build ideas. I'll stay in stream though. Be right back. All right, sounds good, Pi. Good luck. Have fun. Let us know if you need any suggestions. No, he's better than us. Don't listen to him. That's why he's the king. Oh my gosh. Like Axiom, I can build massive trees in minutes. I get your point here. Yeah, that's... Like, those tools and stuff, I don't understand them one bit. And I think it's really respectable that you've taken the time to actually learn them. Because it means when it comes down to creative building, you're able to get that stuff going, like, in no time. And it's like, wow, that's incredible to me. I haven't spent much time in creative, really, to be honest. I most of my building comes from just being in survival. When I first started out building, it was a lot of creative and just messing around with ideas, but I quickly started to go, you know, I think I'll do better in survival because it has more limits. It has a definitive end to the build because it has to end at some time. Which has proven since to not really be true because I am still building what I'm building now, and this defies the laws of survival, in my opinion, but it's so fun. Okay, we're gonna do that. I get your point here. Yeah. I wonder something. Can I call you King? Yes, you can. That's usually the name I go by, for most people here on the internet. But I'm not opposed to other names. If you have a different name you'd like to call me, you're free to do so. There's been plenty of others. You're not a Minecrafter or a terraformer? Yeah, that's a pretty apt description. I don't really spend much time actually doing the basic Minecraft things. I terraform. That's what I do. I mean, most of the build thus far has been terraforming the volcano, the mountain range, that just doesn't stop going. That's all terraform. Whereas, like, I've got builds scattered about, but they're not, like, anything too crazy. It's just one big terraform that I've basically been working on for, like, the better part of a year now. What's going on here? I'm supposed to get my phone charger in next week, or sorry, not next week, tomorrow. Tomorrow. It was gonna come in next week originally, but it's supposed to come in tomorrow now. I just need to double check that it's actually shipping out, because otherwise I need to not get my hopes up. But I've been thriving off of this like crappy little wireless charging pad, which doesn't charge me all that fast really at all. Okay, it says that they picked up the package, and it is relatively close to me. So it might actually make it in time. Can I set up like a update thing where it tells me by text where it's at? Hey Beans, how's it going? Let's see. Like ADHD nerd. Nerd is a good one for him. I call most people I know nerds nowadays. I am definitely a nerd. I am 100,000% a nerd. Okay, where's it at? It is currently in Michigan, it says. Okay. Send me a text for all the things. Okay. There we go. So hopefully, that charger comes in tomorrow, because otherwise I will be very, very sad. I haven't been able to use my iPad at all because I can't wirelessly charge it. My phone has been on life support since the day I got home, just because I've been trying to make that battery last as long as possible, and I've been charging it on a slow charger. Not even every night. Like, I sleep with it off the charger. So it's like limping along this battery, but it'll get there soon. I know another being, she's neat. Bro's a time traveler, crazy. Indeed. Her name isn't Bean, she just is a bean. Oh my gosh. I've been called worse things by better men. I didn't mean to push your buttons, I was just looking for mute. I forgot the world revolves around you, my apologies. How silly of me, I'd rather treat a baby's diaper rash than have lunch with you. I would smack you, but I'm against animal abuse. You have such a beautiful face, but let's put a bag over that personality. I gave out all my trophies a while ago, but here's a participation award. It's all about balance. You start talking. Jeez. I'm not reading all that. I read it already. Man did not let off there. Okay, that doesn't look bad so far. Okay, I'm trying to think. I should probably take a break soon, because I haven't taken a break in about 2 hours. And I try to take at least one every 2 hours, because otherwise I get kind of wiped out. But I'm gonna keep going. Okay, where's your off button? I know you don't like me, and that implies you need better taste. I'm not an astronomer, but I'm pretty sure the Earth revolves around the sun, not you. I'd give you a nasty look, but you seem like you've already got one. The jerk store called and they're running out of you. Your birth certificate should be written as a letter of apology. You haven't changed since the last time I saw you. You really should. Your bad personality is the reason I prefer it. Oh my gosh. Imagine all that wasted effort in a roast, and I just said you are a goof and look like one too. Here's your posture check. Thank you, opponent. Okay, boy. Something maybe like that. I don't know. Maybe. Okay. Beans has been fallen for 1 month, 29 days, 1 hour. The Lamb versus Automod war continues on. Absolutely. You guys have been, like, fighting non-stop, it seems, for years. For about as long as I've known you, honestly. And I know I haven't known you for, like, well, actually. Lamb... Wait... Okay, wait. I might have known you for a while now. I'm trying to remember. It's... Ooh. Okay, hang on. Let's find out the exact time. Two years, 8 months, 9 days. Okay, it's been a while. It's been a while. Okay. Oh. I remember the first time I met you because I called you Lambridge at first, and it was when Commander had raided me. I'm trying to remember exactly what we were doing. We were playing Minecraft. I was building towers. And I'm trying to remember. It was back on the Bedrock world. And wow. That would have been back in, like, somewhere between September of 2020, or wait, September of 2021 all the way up to December of 2021. It would be somewhere in that zone. That was a long time ago. Oh my gosh. 2021 was 3 years ago. Wow, okay. You know, that's cool. Yeah, who needed sanity? Not me. Okay. I feel so good now, guys. That hurts. 2017 felt like yesterday. Yeah. I remember 2012, guys. Like, you gotta understand, 2012 to me doesn't feel like a distant memory. Like, that was, to me, that feels like it could have happened not all that long ago. Like, I remember when the Avengers, the movie, the first one, before it was like this big hit. I remember when that was on TV, like, for commercials. Um, Commercials are like ads, just so you guys are aware. I'm realizing like that seems like a distant human thought now. But 2012, that doesn't feel like all that long ago. I mean, and that was 12 years ago. It's 12 years ago, and I'm no longer that same me. Like, I am past my prime at this point. It feels like my body is like actively like dying. It feels. Um, it's crazy. 2017 was 7 years ago. Yeah. You aren't the only one who calls me that. I recently changed my name to Bridge in Discord, actually, because the female being I told you about also thought it was Bridge, which was great. Oh my gosh. I've seen videos my parents recorded of 2012, so I've seen all of 2012. Oh my gosh. Who wants facts here? Roses are reds, grass is green. Who needs love when you have memes? Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Can you unban me, please? Why did I ban you? I'm trying to remember. Were you one of the guys that was flying around by chance? I can't remember. Flying, I hacked. Okay, if you don't hack anymore, then yeah, I can unban you. I'm also out of stone. Okay, stone right over here. Okay. I think it was flying or hopping. I gave it up. Okay. Let me quickly unban then. I'm gonna have to do that with the screen hidden here. I'm Canadian, so when on Canada Day, I hurt my finger so bad I jammed it so hard like it sucks to bend it. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that, opponent. I went out yesterday for July 4th, Independence Day here in the United States, and we had went and shot guns. I had shot a Desert Eagle, and my wrists kind of hurt from it. It's been a while since I had shot, so it kind of caught me off guard how much that one kicked back. Okay, can I pull up beans now? There we go. Okay. Slash unban. Building went okay, cleared up my thoughts a bit. That's good. Huh. Okay. Game profile is null. That's not good. Okay. You shouldn't be using hacks at all. Yeah, it's not usually a good idea. I don't recommend it. Okay, let me try Minecraft unban. Or Pardon, rather, maybe. That player does not exist. What do you mean? What do you mean they don't exist? Okay, I'm Bedrock, so add dot before my user. We don't use dots, we use underscore. Because dot was breaking other things. Okay, give me a second while I figure this out. So we take you, right? Let me try it from the console instead. Okay. Try to look this up. Okay, let me see if I can do... something different here. We'll do temp ban. And then if I do like 1 minute. Okay. After 1 minute, it should undo the ban. Okay. Now I can show you guys game again because sensitive data shows up whenever I'm messing with unbans. Does it sometimes feel like common numbers aren't enough, like 1, 5, or 10? No. 1, 5, and 10 are awesome numbers. I see them a lot. I have a 45 that is the highest legal caliber, I believe, before a 50 cal. My 45 is an absolute cannon, so I believe you about the deagle. Oh, dude. Yeah, the deagle is fun. And it's loud. I have these. They're the noise canceling ear protection, and they are very effective. However, I still hear it like very, very loud. And one thing about it is the deagle also, you know, like I said, it has kickback, but it also has a tendency, that one in specific anyway, I don't know if this is all deagles, it has a pretty big muzzle flash, and it kind of shoots out a ball of fire alongside the the bullet. It's you know, it's actually fun to shoot the deagle, but it hurts. It can kind of leave you sore. Try and guess what type of Oreos I'm eating. Double stuff, because they're better. You're looking at my follow list, didn't know you could do that. I'm not aware of that. Is that a thing I can do? I need to mute tab. Can I mute tab? Somewhere I can. Mute tab. There we go. Okay. Let me just... Cinnamon bun or Oreos? I've never heard of those before. I've never heard of those before. Interesting. So I'm curious. I think I found it. Okay. Yeah, so basically I think I see. There's a cool little tool on the internet. You need a paid subscription to this one? Okay. Well, there is a tool out there. This one just requires a subscription. I doubt you're using that one. Anyway, there's a tool out there that like can check who somebody is following. I don't know what background loop it uses to actually see, because technically that was broken like a couple months ago by Twitch, because that's no longer public info, but I don't know. 800 ping is crazy. Shame I live in the New Vegas wasteland. Trust this new server will help. The upgrade King's gonna make. Okay, King, did we reach the goal? Yeah, we did. Let's see. No idea who they are. I look at emote and see their name. that would do it. Yeah, that would indeed do it. Here's your hydrate beans. I'm now out of water, but that's okay. I so dumb I'm mad. What's going on? Oh my gosh. But yeah, we hit the goal. We hit the goal on raising money for the server. We haven't upgraded yet. We're gonna do that like in a couple of weeks, but I'm excited. I'm excited nonetheless. Most of it was paid for by Swiftu as well, so that's pretty cool. I have the so I have perms past the casino and like Nuggies shop and stuff, but past that I don't. Interesting. I don't know how the perms were set up because they seem strange to me. Like, I just don't understand. Like, most of it makes sense up until like a certain point. Like spawn, I can't seem to figure out how the permission works there. But everything else I can kind of figure out. Anything in the spawn radius though, it's kind of like I don't get it. Why don't certain groups have this perm? You know, oh well, I guess I'll never find out. Okay, we'll leave that one there. I think I just lost hope in the future of our civilization. Don't worry, it does nothing to the polls in your future. I mean, to be fair, there aren't gonna be really any fair polls, right? I'm gonna join maybe? Alright, sounds good, opponent. Grinding to admin to purely fix the casino sign. Now that is a worthy goal. Don't worry, I think I've got a plan in mind, so there's a good chance you'll probably be a lot closer to that goal than what you think. I can't really comment on much more than that, but I just know, like, I am working on things in the background to kind of make that more possible as a reality. Because I definitely see the value in having a lot more help around. Let's see. Just tell me how to do it with my Xbox. So with your Xbox, you gotta... I would recommend joining the Discord, honestly. If you have Discord, that is. If you don't, then I'll just quickly paste it in. All the instructions for Xbox, but it's like a whole ordeal. Make sure Minecraft is fully closed if you do those steps. And then just double check that you did save the DNS settings. Sometimes those are easy to accidentally cancel out. Let's see. I've been binge watching Netflix recently. Nice. What kind of shows? Somebody's got to do it. Look, I may be stupid, but I'm not dumb. Bro told him to change DNS. Also, I can't join. Is it still not letting you? What's it saying? Actually, I kind of liked that. Yeah, that's good. How's this look? Okay. That's not awful. Okay, put one there. That should sort of fix that. How's that look? Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Let's see. You sure you unbanned the right person? Yes. Yes, I did. Because... Well, because I looked at the username, and it's your username, so... Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I do just every time I try to... It tells me to give me 3 screenshots of what I built, but I'm on Xbox. Yeah, but my Discord is on my laptop. Okay, I'm not sure I understand exactly. Every time I try it, tells me to give me 3 screenshots of what I built. Like, on Discord? Now I'm gonna double check just to make sure. Okay. Okay. I don't see anything in specific there. I don't know who's Cantaloupe, to be honest. I think they joined pretty recent. Well, maybe not. When did they join? I have streamer mode on, I can't see that. Well, maybe I can. When did they join? It won't tell me. Okay. I'm Cantaloupe? Okay. I try it. Says I need 3 screenshots of my Minecraft build, and I leave Discord because I can't send my screenshots from Xbox to PC. My Discord doesn't require you to send any screenshots. King, can you come count the rings so I can have my brain at ease and I can't count properly? Yeah, in a minute. In a minute. I'm confused. Now, my Discord doesn't require you to send any screenshots. Leecher on the house? What? Oh, thank you, thank you. You know, I've been thinking about getting more just so I don't have to repair them as often. Plus, I might have to start giving some out to people a little later on. I know they're starting to kind of become a commodity. Okay, I was gonna go check out what Beetle has made. Okay. Wow. Okay. Holy crap. Okay. Okay. Oh boy. It's just the bit with dirt. Okay. Next to me. Okay, let me TPD. Okay. Count this bit. Okay, so let me just swap to creative here. I don't normally, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I've got there. And then over here, I'm assuming it's supposed to be the same. Okay, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 3 threes. 3, 3, 3. And it's supposed to be 2. So this is supposed to be a 2. And then another 2. and then a 3. Okay. And then 2 2s. Oh, for the inner ring? Okay, okay, I got it. Okay, that makes more sense. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4. 3 3s. 2 2s. A 3. 2 2s, a 1. 2 2. 1 2 1 2 1. 2 1. Right? Okay, let me double check that I got that right. So 2 2 1. Then a 2 and a 1. And then a 2. 1 1. 2. And then fill 13. Okay. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. This side seems correct. That side seems correct. Okay. So over here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And then 5 and 4. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4. And 3 3s. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. And then, okay, I see one thing here. It's supposed to be 2 2s. So it's supposed to be 2 here, and this is supposed to be a 2. Yeah, this one right here needs to be a 2. Okay. This one's supposed to be a 3, like you're doing there. And then it's 2 and a 2. So this one's a 2, you break that one, and then that's a 2. And then 1 2 2 1. Okay. 2 1. 2 1 1 2. Okay. So it's still a little bit off. Let me double count, just to be sure. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4. 3 3s. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. That's 3. 2 2s. 1 2 1 2. 3. 2 2s. 1 2 1 2. A 1. And then 2 2s. And then a 1, and then a 2. A 1, and then a 2. 2 1s, and then a 2. Uh-oh. Okay. How can that be 13 in? I mean, to actually get them to match, you'd have to do that, right? Which it just doesn't. Okay. I'll double count this side just to be sure it's right. But I'm confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 threes, 2 twos, and then a 3, and then 2 twos, and then 1, and then 2 twos, and then a 1, and then a 2, and then a 1, and then a 2, 2 ones, a 2, and then 13. Something is off here, and what I usually do to fix this with circles is I will go 1, and then 1, and then 2, and then 2. And we'll just bring them into the middle with each other to kind of fix it. So maybe something kind of more like that. It kind of throws it off a little bit, but it's not awful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would be in the center, so it doesn't necessarily throw it off. That would be what I would recommend anyway, if you didn't want to rebuild that line. It's on such a large scale, nobody will notice. And I think the truth is, this one might just be impossible to actually build the perfect circle. It might be one of those weird numbers. But I don't know. That's what it's looking like to me anyway. But I did it already. I guess that's a good point. I mean, so long as, hang on, X. So the question, I guess, really lies in the fact of, so you did it from here to out here. So 192. Okay. $194. Okay, let me double check that I did that right. So it's from the edge underneath this one, right? All the way up to this one. 192. Crap. Oh no. Okay. So... Oh, I don't want to break the news to you, but, it is off by 2 blocks. Okay, now the question is, where is it off by 2 blocks? And, okay. That's, let's just see if it's off on this side too. 192. So this is 192. That's 192. That one's 194. What's this one? $192. Okay, so the only one that's off right now is that. Let me see if it's the whole circle or if it's just this. So it goes way out to 128. Let me check from here to here. That's 10. Okay. That's 10. Okay. So it's not that. How did that work? How did that... What? Wait, the middle TP to me? Okay. Okay, I'm here. What's up? What are you wanting me to look at? He's cheating, I am. Okay, so this one has a 3-point mid. Okay. That's the center. Okay. So... Okay. So yeah, what I can do is from the center go over here, right? So yeah, 75. Okay. And then over here 75. Okay. Let me go check over here, I guess, and see if the center point... Okay, wait. No, that's not the center. So... Oh, wait, what? Essence World at it. Not actually using it, but using it to test things. Here's your dab. King about to go mental. King has the patience of Job, no cap. I couldn't fathom doing the things he does in this game. King goes mental. The center isn't 3 on this side. It's just a straight edge. Where on the other one, you had, like, right in the middle of it all, it went occasionally into 2 and then a 3. So... Huh. Oh boy. Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out. So you said 9. That's 10. Okay. So that right there tells us that one's already off. This is supposed to be 8. Which it is. This is supposed to be 5. This should be 4. Wait, 5? Yeah, this is 4. And 3, or wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 3s, which there is. 2 2s. A 3, and then a 2, and then a 1. 3 2s. 1, 2, 3. 1 2. 1 2. 1 1. 2.
Hello there.
And 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Then it's supposed to be a 2. and then a fill of 3. So yeah, essentially your mistake starts right here. This is a 10, or wait, no, it's 9. How did I get 10? What? No, okay, wait, no, you changed it. Okay, I got it. I got scared for a second. I was like, did I just tell you wrong? Okay. That should fix it, I think, Beetle. Hello, Phoenix? Yes, anyone can join, absolutely. I'm just helping Beetle here with his circle. He's trying to figure out what was wrong with it, so I've been measuring it with World Edit just to make sure it's all right. Hopefully that makes everything back on center, because otherwise that's gonna suck to try to fix. Let me see if it's broken on this side too or not. That's 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2. It's supposed to be 2 2s, right? Yeah. And a 3 and then a 2 and then a 1. 3 2s. It instantly banned me. I even do nothing. What's your account name? Let's see. Okay, 2 2s. Let me check and see. Okay, copy that. Players IP. No results found. Okay, that's a good sign. And that might be it. Okay. Let me check something. Without that, because you guys can't see that. Let me see. I see that candy redemption. Thank you, Phoenix. Can I see King? No, you guys aren't allowed to see any of that. That's sensitive information. Love pure sugar. Okay. Need a Minecraft ban list. If it'll give it to me. So Phoenix, I do have a history of you here on the server, it seems. You were last seen October 3rd, 2023 on 5 different accounts. Chances are you've been IP banned. I guess, probably, because that one joined right after that one. And then that one joined right after that one and that one. Okay. Let's see. Let me take a look really quick. Can I not get my ban list? Try it here. Okay. And then I'm gonna control F for that one. Okay. I see. So essentially, okay. So you're saying that you bought this account off of somebody. One, don't do that. Mojang doesn't like that, and it could get your account and IP banned from more than just Minecraft servers. So just so you're aware, I wouldn't recommend it. It's usually pretty sketchy and not worth it. I'll unban you. Just be sure to follow all the rules, and everything should be a-okay. Okay. Okay, you guys should be able to see me again there. Okay. Okay, I think I'll leave you to it now, Beetle. If you need any help, let me know. I'll come and count again. But I think you're on your way to figuring things out, so I'll leave you to it. And I'll go work on my mountain some more. Let me go back to survival. You should be unbanned now, by the way. Just to let you know. Beetle's a nerd. The amount of time I can spend helping somebody else just double count their work is insane. But, like, I love counting for some reason. Inevitably, like, just about every single stream we do, I'm counting something. Okay, oh. Okay. Nope. Not you. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm gathering my thoughts here. So up here. Let's get a bird's eye view of what we've been building so far. So over in the distance, we've got our temple out there, which will be covered up eventually by more landscape, so you won't even see it from over here yet. You might see it eventually, but not yet. Even building this cliff here. I'm trying to think what I need to do exactly next to make it all look right. And you know what? I'm actually going to take a quick little break so I can get some water and stretch a little bit. It's coming up on, I think it's been has it been only half an hour? I don't know. It's been a little bit since I'm literally just banned. I can't join. I'll take a look at the ban list again, but I'm pretty sure you are pardoned already. It might take a little bit for something to update along the way. I don't know. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Slash ban list. Control F. Paste in. Okay. Where's the ban list at? Oh. Okay. So you are in there for some reason. So if I were to try to pardon from console, would it work? Because it wasn't working elsewhere. Slash, and don't pardon with slash. Okay, does that work? Cannot work. Okay. Instead of that, we're gonna do unban. It's still not working. Okay. Pardon and try that instead. Okay. Interesting. Does it IP ban instead, maybe? Let me see. Okay. Hey Zelix, good to see you. Hello Zender. I've been playing Minecraft. It's a different version of Minecraft and it has a hero edition. Nice. Which one? There's a couple out there. Like being said, story mode, legends, dungeons, all those. How's it been? It's been good. It's been a while, but it's good to see you, man. It's been a while. Wait, hold on. Okay, guys, Zelix has been here like a couple of years. Back in the Bedrock days, I remember Zelix hanging around. So like 2 years now, I think. Pardon IP. IP isn't banned, okay. I can do the foliage thing if that works. It should work. It should. Okay. What's wrong here? So there's Chalky. Beans is not showing as being a part of the server. Why? Okay. It's confusing. This usually works, but why is it giving me a hard time now? 2 years, 8 months, and I lost it. 27 days. Jeez. Goodness, dude. Crazy. Okay, beans. So that was Chalky there, which has since been unbanned. Okay. Let me just Control F again. See if I can find out where it's at. Okay, you're there. Showing that you're connecting. And it disconnects from the Java server because of tried to log in as Java player. Is Floodgate set up properly? And it disconnects. Player connects again. Connected to the Java server. And then it's saying that they're banned. Okay. So essentially, let me see. Geyser and Floodgate versions are the latest builds on Open Collab. I have Geyser only on proxy and Floodgate on the proxy and backends. I use Paper on some of the backend servers and Purple on others. 1.19.2 proxy is running on Waterfall. I've been using Geyser/Floodgate since June 2020. I've never had any problems with player connection in all that time. But it seems that for certain situations, the server forgets that players exist if they haven't logged in a while. For example, if I ban a Bedrock player in Essentials and then attempt to unban a few days later, I get this error. If I use Minecraft pardon, it says that player does not exist. Meanwhile, I can't open the banned player's JSON file and clearly see the player's name listed in their information. IND/scene and it will tell me when the player is last on. I can unban the player by modifying the banned players.json file manually and reloading the server, but that is impractical. Okay. There's probably using the username to pardon people, right? There's probably a check-in there to verify the measuring servers and get the latest UUID for the given username, since the username can change. And since Bedrock players aren't Java players, this won't work. If that's the case, I'm not sure how we could fix that. Okay. Interesting. So basically, what I'll do for now is I'm going to try really quick to open up like FileZilla, and I'll quickly connect, and I'll fix the banned players.json just so that you can actually so that way you can actually connect whenever it restarts. Not, well, I guess we can find that one. Cannot find it? Okay. And let me find your other username. Cannot find. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Scroll all the way down. What's at the bottom? Okay. Do they not have any with the underscores? They have dots. Okay. Control F underscore. Okay, that's starting to work. There we go. Okay, I see you there. So to fix it, hypothetically, if I just remove that, that should fix it. Go ahead and save it. And then upload this file back to the server, finish editing, and delete the local file. Yes. Okay. So that should fix it. Next time the server reloads, you should be unbanned, I think. Let me clear the log really quick and then just run a ban list. And then control F it again. So you're still showing as banned right now. Yes. Okay. So the second that that you rejoin, or the second the server restarts, which should be like 3 in the morning Eastern time, so tomorrow essentially. Because I think you're Eastern time as well. I don't remember beans. You don't have to say, but by tomorrow, it should have restarted, and the server should allow you to join back. Okay. Dungeons, nice. How is Dungeons? I haven't gotten to play too much of it. I played a little bit, and then I didn't play ever really again, to be honest. I really wanted to, I just never did. Okay. I think you're probably the first person I followed on Twitch that still streams. The darn Britishness griefs my chances of joining stream. That's okay, Zelix. It's good to see you, though. I am honored to be amongst the only ones left that you can still watch. It's weird seeing like so many people disappear off the internet. I was always questioning like how people could just like quit streaming and stuff like that. And then, like, I've started to kind of slowly watch people do it as, like, a spectator of the back end of it, like, actually being somebody's friend who's doing that. And it's not even intentional, it just happens. Like, they run out of time. Or they lose their interest, or whatever, you know? All those things. And watching that slowly happen has just been, like, interesting. It's very interesting to see. Because it used to be, like, something I just did not understand whatsoever. Like, how could you even do that? But it makes so much sense now that I've seen what's really going on there. Okay, let me sleep there. Okay. You beat me by 18 days. Crazy. Yeah, that was back in, like, the height of my quote unquote career. Uh Back in those days, we were bringing in like 10 followers a day. It felt like maybe not quite that many. Maybe it was closer to 5. But we were gaining a lot of followers every day, and lots of people would join in and play. Um, we don't really get those kind of days anymore, but we still get them occasionally. I'm currently eating the rest of that salad stuff. There's at least 6 servings in here. You are eating all of it? Dude. My guy, what is wrong with you? Yes? Oh, okay. Well, I wish you good luck, because that is going to tear up your intestines, my guy. Not to be, like, not to be gross, but that's gonna tear up your intestines. It's night, I eat like a goblin now. Fair enough, I guess. Wow. That's my secret, king. My intestines are always messed up. That's awful. That is truly awful. Let's see. Bro will be good on fiber for a while. Yeah, fiber, sodium, and probably protein too, honestly. I don't really remember what all is in that salad, but I'm pretty sure the dressing it's got in there has a lot of sodium in it. So yeah, we're not gonna be seeing him for a while. I need more water. I said I was gonna go get some water in a little bit. Let me go grab that. Well, you do have, like, a plan for when I come back, so that's good. Not protein, no protein? Okay. I couldn't remember what I was in there, but I knew for sure fiber, and, throw some apple juice in the mix, it'll help loosen you up. Oh. Oh no, won't be my first nor last disappearance from this community with no warning. Uh, at least it's not for the same reasons, right? Alright, guys, I will be right back. Okay, we're back again. How's it going, everybody? Good to see you all. Okay. I'm back. I got more water, stretched a little bit, and I'm ready to keep going. Let's see, what are you guys saying here? At this point, it won't have any effect. Then chug pickle juice. It'll definitely do the job. I made that mistake too many times. It usually ends with vomit. Worth it, though. The right juice will knock you loose, make you feel good. The juice is loose. I repeat, the juice is loose. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, you can pretty well just look it up, honestly. I mean, it's not like it's some big secret. Your parents would all know. All of your parents would know. Not the juice is loose. Well, and the funny thing is, like, I'm not even referring to, I could be referring to either juice is loose. Like, there are two big juices loose, things, you know. And I could be talking about either one of them. And you guys would be none the wiser on which one I am talking about. Ah, the good old nostalgic Minecraft music. This stuff is like stuff I started with playing, you know? For the longest time, this is like one of the, 5 tracks that played during gameplay. But it was honestly the best one. For some reason, this one, it hits like, it hits so nostalgic, even when you haven't really been playing Minecraft all that long. It just, something about it sounds like you've been there before, you know? It's not necessarily limited to an experience that you've felt with the track, you know? It's just a song about a happy time. Maybe not even necessarily just a happy time, but a time that wasn't dark, that wasn't, sad and full of despair. It's just a simple time, I guess. I guess that's the best way to describe that. The song itself is just describing a simple time. King, I found out that the other half is off by 1 block. No, Beetle. Oh, that. Oof. I am so sorry. You have my sympathies. Quarter done. Fun fact, Ben Tennyson loves pickles and went through a few jars when he was pregnant. What? Did I miss something? Ben Tennyson was pregnant? I would too. That's crazy. That was a real Alien Force episode. I somehow managed to have blocked that out of my mind. I remember watching Alien Force, but I do not remember that. Although, I was really young when Alien Force was on TV. So, it wouldn't surprise me if I just simply forgot out of the fact that I was a young man. And really just wouldn't have remembered that. And maybe I'm glad I forgot. think Lamb told me about it already, and that's probably why I'm not surprised. Yeah, that sounds about right. That I don't know how to feel. I do not know how to feel. I'm just here, man. Quick little side note, I think. We'll probably wrap things up with that poll there. I was gonna go all the way over there, but I'm not thinking I can do that right now. These new glasses that I've got, they're giving me a slight headache. They're not bad, but I think I need time to adjust to them just a little bit. As with most new lenses, I tend to need an adjustment period. So this whole weekend will really give me that, but also the fact that I'm just tired. So we've still got probably like another half hour anyway, but we're gonna go from here to there, and then we gotta go from there to like somewhere over here, which will be a whole different deal. But in the meantime, we're just gonna kind of keep moving, keep doing our thing. And before we know it, we'll have a complete build. Well, a mostly complete build. Hopefully we'll have a mostly complete build. Big Chill, I don't know how to say that. His Mothman alien transformation was technically the pregnant one. Oh. I didn't know that. I forgot about Big Chill. Which I don't know how. Because, like, one of the best aliens, honestly. Ultimate Big Chill is an absolute menace. Yeah, that sounds about right from what I remember, too. I wouldn't say no to trying to get back into like Ben 10 and just like actually watching the entirety of the whole series, you know. Ben 10, Ben 10 Ultimate Alien, Alien Force. There's another Ben 10 that was out when I was a kid, and I'm trying to remember what it was. There was one more. What was it called? I don't remember. Well, anyway, there was another Ben 10, and then I think there's been a couple new ones since I had access to like live TV. So maybe we would also watch that one. I don't know. But I'd like to catch up on it. See if there's anything about it that is actually redeeming, like I think there is. The best line from the entire series came from Ultimate Big Chill. Fire's so cold it burns. Man. There are a lot of good one-liners in Ben 10. Like I can kind of just remember like some of the best one-liners more specifically came from Ultimate, just due to the fact that that show is more so aimed at an older audience than, you know, children. You know, it's still aimed at kids, but it wasn't like, you know, it was still very much marketed towards like teenagers and preteens. So they could get away with saying a little bit more and being a little bit more rude. Had a little bit more violence, too. It was actually a pretty good show from what I remember. It's been a while, though. The reason Ben was such a great hero is because he was a really nerdy kid. He loved his comics and video games. Yes. Sumo slammers. You know, that is one thing I somehow remember throughout all of this time, is that he really loved a game called Sumo Slammers. Don't know why. I can't remember anything else about it, but you know, that one little thing. And actually good characters. Yeah, there were actually pretty good characters in Ben 10 too. They had some actual character growth. They weren't stagnant. And that's one thing that I strive for when I'm planning on writing my show a lot, is we're taking them from a designated starting point of like, hey, insert character here, you know, they're starting with this fact that they're struggling to fit in or whatever, I don't know. And we want them by the end of the series to be okay with the fact that they're alone, or to realize that they never really were ever alone, but rather, you know, they no longer struggle with that because, you know, they have people to confide in. They finally found their people, and so on and so forth. You know, there is going to be, oh boy, is there character growth in your show? Oh, absolutely. There is character growth in all the wrong ways. Well, that makes it sound horrible. I mean, it is horrible, but not that kind of horrible. I just realized how it sounded when I said all the wrong ways, and I didn't mean it like in a bad way. It's just like things are gonna happen. I guess there is character growth in all the wrong ways. I can't say that for certain. Like, characters will be growing, and they should not be growing in that way. It's going to be awful, but it's gonna be amazing because I'm writing the show, and I get to say how it goes, and that makes me happy. That's all it takes to make me happy, guys. Just let me write my show in peace. The audience will have character growth just watching. Honestly, though. Honestly. Like, just writing it, I feel like I've already grown as a character. And I haven't had to live it, and I haven't even written much. Like, I've written down the idea and the concept of something that will happen, and I feel like I have grown as a person just for letting that even be a thought. The character growth is immeasurable. Violence of Ben 10 equals an 11-year-old child mutating into a monstrous alien chimera, and an off-the-books military man shoots this kid with a massive energy super weapon. Yeah, yeah. You're right on, man. Honestly, like, Ben 10 is such a simple a simple concept, and it was expanded upon beautifully. It was just like, oh yeah, what if we had this kid who gets this watch and it turns him into aliens? Like, he can take the form of any alien. And they just kind of ran with it and slowly added things over time. Like, oh yeah, he's gonna have he's gonna be traveling around with his grandpa, and later on we're gonna give him like this whole grandpa lore thing where he's a space plumber. He's a part of the plumbers, and they do this space thing. It's really, really cool. um and you know, oh yeah, we're gonna have him travel with his really annoying cousin, who eventually becomes less annoying. Oh, we're also gonna introduce this alien who's kind of like an octopus squid thing, and he's also gonna be really buff. And they just kind of kept running with it. They never really stopped to think like, hey, should we do this? It was just like, yeah, let's just do it. And I can really applaud that about the show. It was so un it like I think it started out so absent-mindedly planned and it turned out so well. And then like later on they started planning out more and it actually some of it was good, some of it wasn't, but for the most part it actually remained pretty nice. The writers never watched Jurassic Park. Well, they weren't busy thinking about it or even thinking about the fact that they could. They just did it. There was no thought about whether they should or shouldn't, like you said. But I don't even think they thought they could. They were just like, hey, it would be funny, and it just kind of happened. And I respect it. It's a beautiful show. It's a product of its time, truly. Like Lamb said, 2000s cartoons are just better. Spectacular Spider-Man, it's actually kind of the polar opposite. They had to plan for it, and it was going to go so far. And it wasn't really all that simple of a show, but it still was, like, fantastic. 2000s storytelling is missed. Like, I miss having, like, actual pretty decent stories, And the nice thing about, like, Spectacular Spider-Man as well, and Ben 10 for that matter, was the episodes could also stand on their own. Like, you could come in and start watching, and you'd go, okay, yeah, I don't need the previous episode to understand what's going on here. Whereas, like, a lot of shows nowadays, you either need the last episode, or the episodes just are never related at all. Where I think the early 2000s shows did a good job of a mixture. We'll lose, then we'll do that together too. The Ben 10 writers, yeah. And they never really did lose. The only time that I would say Ben 10 should have been considered a loss was when they made a movie, a live action Ben 10 movie. That was called Ben 10. Was that Race Against Time? Was that what it was called? Or was that the game? It was a movie. I seem to remember that one being pretty bad. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was bad. It had a $5 million budget. I mean, pre-2008 economy, I guess. Like, oh, they made more? There's also apparently Ben 10 Alien Swarm. I never saw that one. It has a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 4.6 on IMDb. It's somehow better than Race Against Time, though. I love how they deal with plot holes and the art style changing. They said it was the omnipotent alien species, celestial sapiens. I was just messing with reality. Honestly, if you're just gonna deal with it that way, it works. I mean, that actually kind of just works because the show itself didn't ever really take itself seriously, I felt. And that was kind of like the nice thing about it. I messed up big time, King? Oh no. What's going on, Beetle? I'm off by 4 blocks or so? Oh no. Oh no. Hi, King, watching a Minecraft right now? Hey, yo, how's it going, Bionics? Race Against Time was the first live-action movie. The only good thing from that movie was the theme song. They turned the original theme into an epic rock song. I kind of recall that, yeah. Let me go see what that is. Oh, nice. You got me pulled up on a little smart device. That's awesome. Alien Swarm wasn't a masterpiece, but I enjoyed it. I've never watched that one. I might have to check it out at some point. Like I said, I might have to go over Ben 10 as a whole and just like rediscover it. Watch it as if it were the first time and try to appreciate it. Because honestly, it wasn't that bad. I kind of remember it not being good, but thinking back on it, it was actually pretty good. And I really probably should give it a fair chance again. We didn't know what we had. That's true. It's easy to forget how good you have it when you've had so many good shows in the past couple of years, but if you think about it, we've also had plenty of bad ones, and the bad ones are truly awful. And a part of it is also, like, I feel like the age group that a lot of these shows that we're talking about that were good, they're being neglected in a way because it's either they're targeting, like, the young kids or they're targeting the adults. It feels like there's very few shows out there that are targeting the preteen to teenage audience. And I feel like that's just not right. We had Spectacular Spider-Man around that time, I think. Yeah, they were early 2000s. Spectacular Spider-Man was. And that would have been around the same time as the first Ben 10 series and possibly even the second one. I don't remember which one was the second. Was that Alien Force? I don't remember. Race Against Time was horrible by all standards. I don't think the writers even understood what they were trying to do in the movie. I don't even remember really what it was about. Like, I remember there being a guy named Eon, but I don't remember what his motives were, and I don't remember how it became a race against time, to be honest. It was just like, I remembered watching it, and I don't really remember anything else. I mean, that's probably a good thing, though, right? I have an ad on my screen of Minecraft from stream. No. Oh, the ads even follow you out there, man. RIP. I was forbid watching it simply because my brother said it sucked. We didn't want it to taint your opinion on Ben 10. Like, it truly is that bad. And plus, you were young and like, impressionable. We didn't want you to, like... Yeah, we wanted it. We wanted what was best for you, brother. Eon is stupid. They canonized him in the show and fixed his lore. Eon is great in the show. I kind of remember him showing up at some point in the show. I just don't remember really what he did. If anything. For some reason, I want to say he had like a daughter or something like that. Wasn't that like his part of his story? I don't remember. It's been a while. I might be thinking of a different villain. King, can you look at this? Yeah, give me like just 1 minute. I have 343,343.8k points. You're always lurking. Always watching. Always watching. The movie Eon and show Eon are completely different. Okay. I don't really remember much of either, to be honest, but I can appreciate the fact that they at least brought him in as a character for the show. Like, the writers didn't just give up on him. The show writers didn't. They were just like, yeah, you know, he was a bad character for the movie, but let's put him in the show. Let's show him how it's done, guys. That's respectable. Okay, let me see what the boys are up to over there. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Derek? Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. What's it supposed to be? 9854. Okay. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 threes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 twos. 1, 2. And then a 1. Hang on. No, I did that wrong. Okay, 3. And then a 2. And then a 1. And then 3 twos. 1, 2, 3. Then a 1 and then a 2 and then a 1 and then a 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then 2 ones. A 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So I'm showing that this is supposed to be a 2 instead of that one. But it might not be wrong, I don't know. Okay, 9, 8, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 threes, 2 twos, a 3, and then a 2 and then a 1. 3 twos, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then a 1 and then a 2, and then a 1 and then a 2. 2 ones, a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then a 2. Okay, let me just double check this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one shouldn't even be here. This should be the last one. At least that's what I'm showing. And then you should have a 2 in its place. So you should have like a 2 here, I think. Okay. And then that would leave a 3 block middle there, I guess, to connect them up. I think. I have finished the bowl. The dressing was also drank for superiority. Holy turd kids. There's definitely more than 5 servings in that, at least 10. Ben 10 superfan doesn't even begin to describe me. Yeah, I know, fair. That is 100% fair. I think that's right, Derek. I think you're correct there. Okay. I'm thinking you guys are figuring it out. Just keep being patient. You'll get there before long. Just double, triple, and quadruple count, honestly. With a project this big, it's frustrating to be off, so you know, just be careful. But you guys are almost there, I think. Derek is a nerd too. Oh, absolutely. Burdens. That's a name. Burdens. I'm trying to remember where I've seen burdens. When the heck were you on last? I recognize your name. But I don't know. I do not know. My username is minerblood12. Nice. That one's a good one. Solid name. Okay. Oh yeah, let's go finish this while we're thinking about it. Does one of you have a custom weapon? I'm sure Derek does. If anyone were to have one, it would probably be Derek, because he did a lot of the quests when they were still pretty prevalent. Back when they would always give you rewards. Now you have to actually exchange your quest shards. I'm making biodiesel in Minecraft right now. Pollution, here we come. Yo, let's go. Kill God's green earth. You can do it, man. I believe in you. That's awful. Murica. And 12 represented my age. I updated it until I was 18. Then when I was like, I want a more constant name, and Lambride 333 was born. Nice. You took the dedication for real, man. Jeez. I had pretty well always had a consistent name for as long as I can remember. It would last at least for a couple of years, and then I would change it based on where I was living or what game I was playing. But I wanted one that I just stuck with for the rest of my life, and then I was like, you know, I'm tired of names being taken. And I guess I kind of just made one up. I don't know. I don't really know where my name came from, to be entirely honest. It just kind of happened. the working theory right now is like the time I probably made it up would have been around the time like Thor Ragnarok came out. And I was already kind of big into Norse mythology in terms of like I knew a lot of the big events that anyone that's into mythology would probably already know about. And so I kind of probably took some inspiration from that. I just got a computer error last time I got it. It corrupted the save file. I have to finish this tonight. Oh no. Admiral, you might want to start like seriously budgeting for a new PC. It's sounding like yours is starting to your hard drive might actually be going out. That's just a guess though. The more it crashes, the more likely your hard drive is to fail, I think. My name was taken in Bedrock, so I had to use an underscore. Bruh. Somebody took your name in Bedrock? I always felt like your name was pretty unique. Like, I was kind of surprised that you have numbers at the end of it. Like, it feels like that name would be almost open all the time, but I guess not. Worst part is I don't think I can win this one. Oh no. Give it your best shot. I believe in you. It is. I don't understand how it was taken. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Oh, there goes Burdens. I didn't realize. Oh well. Funny how Twitch runs better in Minecraft than in my launcher. Gosh. Yeah, you know, Twitch running in Minecraft is interesting to me. It's another space race. I'm behind right now, and they have all the research they need. I'm also too far away to bomb the crap out of their launch pad. I see. Do you think you... I guess you've already committed to the space race by now. It's probably too late to try to get some other victory. Far too late, yeah. What can you do? I suppose one thing you could try... I mean, depending on how many turns you think it'll take for them to actually, like, complete it, you might still be able to send a bomber or two and just bomb the crap out of them. But it's gonna kind of take, like, a lot of hopes and prayers. This is my quickest option. The rest of the civs we're about to win through culture. I see. They're out of range. Like, you can't even fly to them. Like... Can't reach, yeah, okay. What if you expanded your range? Hear me out. You move into their territory. Just declare all-out war on them. It's gonna be like a resource dump, but if you have the proper amount of troops, just absolutely lay into them so that way it delays... Like, try to delay their supply lines by, like, invading. Because for, like, rockets, you need, like, probably, what, uranium or something? No, that's nukes, sorry. But just try to, like, delay the inevitable as much as you can. Vanquish them if you must. But ensure that they can't win. Bro plays too much Clash. Listen, man, I don't touch Clash. That game is icky. It's actually not that bad, but it's icky to me. I could never play Clash ever again. I have to go across several different countries, most of which will call me a warmonger and denounce me. I mean, is that so bad, though? Like, would that be the end of the world? Like, would this have a chance to still succeed? Means I can't be in their territory. Well, I mean, you could just kill them too. Do you think you could fight a battle against all the world? Unless I declare war on them as well. Just saying. Declare war on all of them. They have planes, so probably not. Do you not have planes? Or at least air defense? This is a lot taller than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, we need to, like, basically just bring it all the way back. I can make planes, but my troops are pretty much one hit when attacks. My fighter jets? Okay. Yeah, I think you might need to just try to move for a power play here. And you're just gonna have to try to vanquish as many people as possible and slow them down. Because if they're focusing on a war, they might not be able to actually finish their rockets. I don't know, though. If you think you can actually take on everybody, if you actually did work on making planes more, if you think you could actually win it, then, you know, that might not be too bad. You don't want to win by conquest, though, if you're trying to win by space race, but you can essentially just play conquest in order to win space race later. Sometimes you gotta do the hard thing in order to do the right thing. Okay, this is gonna look fantastic. Probably. Hopefully. Maybe. I can check it here in a minute, yeah. 46k points? Nice. Awesome. New issue, I can't make planes, no aluminum in my territory, and I won't be able to trade for it because the world will hate me. Can you take it by force? I love how this is my one option that I'm offering. Sometimes you gotta risk crapping your pants so you can crop dust that old lady at Walmart. That's awful. That's awful, but you're right. You are right. No, because I have planes. Okay. How would tanks hold up against the planes? Like, hear me out. Tanks, right? Well, you won't have aluminum still, so... Okay. So, trade for the aluminum to start out with. See if they'll trade with you, because you're not going to make them hate you yet. Take the aluminum, make planes, then invade. You're going to make them regret giving you the aluminum. I need oil for that, which I also have none of. So you really are just in a bad spot right now. You need to trade a lot. And I don't know if you could. What do you have? That might be a better question. Okay. While I'm waiting on that answer, let me finish up this little bit. And then I'll go check on Derek and Beetle and make sure they're all good. Stop it there, I guess. Okay. I say we make homemade pipe bombs and buy some drones and take the fight to them. A bit of niter and a bit of iron. So you really don't have much. Okay. So yeah, you're just gonna have to trade, honestly. See if you can trade for some aluminum or oil or both. And use that to bulk up your army. And then you're just gonna have to play aggressive. Take their aluminum deposits and oil deposits so that they don't have them. And that you can take them and make more planes, more tanks, more bombs. And then when you have those under your control, you're just gonna have to keep pushing as quickly as you can. Play a good old, was it a German strategy where they encircled people throughout Russia? When they were trying to invade, you would encircle them so that way they could not get supplies and they could not get, to their, people. So there was, like, no safety there. They were just always surrounded, waiting for them to be squished in. That might have been the Russians that did it to the Germans. I don't remember. Anyway, encirclement is a great tool. See if you can use that to your advantage to make quick strides. And then just, like, push as quick as you can. Wait, I have 37 envoys I can send the city-states, which I can use my hoarded gold to levy their military. Yes, do that. Do that. Oh my gosh. Why do you have 37 envoys? I guess, like, that's not really too big of a question right now. You just do. I go night-night? Alright, sounds good, Lem. I hope to catch you again a little later, maybe. Not tonight, but tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. Well, no, I won't promise a tomorrow stream. Those don't sound like a good idea right now. But we'll catch you again later. Good night, Lem. Hello, Septic. How's it going? Skeptic. Skeptic. Jeez, not Septic. I hope you're not Septic. That would be bad. Moving on. Hello, how's it going? Sunday birthday stream? Probably not, honestly. I should take some time to just chill for a little bit. Like, I've already celebrated my birthday with my family, but I think my, like, household family might possibly want to do something else on Sunday just to actually celebrate a little bit more, because all we did for my birthday this year so far was we had cake, which isn't bad. And don't get me wrong, I'm happy with just that. But usually we at least go out to dinner or something. I mean, we had burgers, which is good. Good, how about you? I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Happy early birthday, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the server, Lime. Okay, the city-state plan won't work. They got stuck in the ancient era. Oh. Oh no. Okay. So what can you do? Yeah, you're just gonna have to trade, honestly. Trade and then use that deal against them later. Make them really live to regret it. I'll say it more formally on Monday. Thank you, I appreciate it, Swifto. Again, just... you guys suck. I am fully aware, like... Sunday is on its way, and Monday might just be the worst. I've got too many friends who will do a lot, or can do a lot. And you know, it's scary. It's scary. You guys give me stuff. You suck. You guys really do though. Like, don't give me money. Don't give me money. Don't give me games. Don't give me bits. Don't give me subs. Just like, let me chill. Like, you know, that sounds nice to me. Okay, trying to think here. I made a deal with the United States of America to declare war on them. They border the country. That is my concern. I see. Okay. That'll help. I guess. Probably. Flashbacks to April Fool's stream. No. Oh no, not back there. That was a time. That was a time. Was it a good time? That's up for debate, but it was a time. Honestly, though, kind of funny. Looking back on it now, kind of funny. Let's see. Yeah, okay. This Bonsai Grove place looks good, thank you. I wish I could take credit for building it, but I can't. I didn't really do much there. I need to go back and finish it at some point, though. You got subs and bits all stream. I know, and I kept telling people, stop it. Don't do it. Stop. No. In fact, I even messaged somebody. Who was it? Who did I message about April Fools and like, hey, don't give me money? Was it you, Swifto? Did I have to message you? I gotta scroll back a little bit. I don't think it was. Let me just double check. Who did I do it to? Yeah, so it wasn't you, Swifto. It might have been Sammy. Let me see. It might have been Sammy. Okay. It wasn't Sammy. Although Sammy did send me a couple of messages and it made me like, a little bit worried. Who was it? Who did I message and was like, hey, chill, don't send me money. It's just a joke. Indigo. It was Indigo. Okay. Yeah, that's who I had to message, because I think they gave me a bunch of bits and also resubscribed. Or something like that. My first bomber is on construction. Good luck, brother. Good luck. I don't think it was. If it was, I was ignored, because you remember I almost bought art. I do remember that, yeah. I was concerned you were actually going to, and I was starting to sweat. And once you told me that, like, you didn't, because, like, I don't remember why you didn't. But once you told me that you didn't, there was, like, a sigh of relief there. It would have been so cool. Oh, dude, the art would have been insane. I would have been very impressed, but also, like, so disappointed that, like, you spent your money on that. I'd feel so bad. Okay. We're almost there. I was gonna get, like, a pencil one of you hanging up your crown like in MatPat's final video. Oh, that would have been beautiful. Honestly, kind of perfect, too. And that's kind of how I'm imagining, like, my final, like, when I am actually retiring. That's how I kind of imagine it kind of going. Is very, very similar to MatPat's final video. I would echo it, not copy it, but echo it. It would be very similar to the April Fool's Day thing, except it wouldn't be, like, you know, actually carbon copy like it was. April Fool's Day was fun. I do not regret. I do not regret it. There are days where I kind of wish I didn't go as hard just because you guys probably deserved a little bit better. But, it was a good time. I can't wait till next April Fools. I have some ideas and I'm kind of working up some courage to start working on it soon. We'll see. Funny thing is, the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, it's a funny joke. This isn't real, lol. But the stream, so convincing, so convincing. I was worried, because, like, when I started the stream, I wasn't gonna follow along and keep playing along with the fact that it was a joke. Or that it was real. And then people started coming in and asking me if it was real, and I was like, oh no, they actually believe it. And I was like, well, here we go. I really had very little intent on following through and actually, like, you know, pretending that I was still gonna quit. But I saw the opportunity, so I had to take it. And I was just impressed that I was able to hold it together for 6 hours. Like, you guys gotta understand, it was tough. It was tough watching you guys like that, because it was like, part of me wanted to comfort you guys and, like, tell you guys, like, I'm not actually quitting. But the other part of me was like, I have to commit to the bit. It's too late. They have to believe it now. Your voice too is just like defeated and sad. And then it helped that I was talking before the stream with you, saying things like, "My liege, show these peasants how convincing you can be." I really went full Hollywood, I think, you know? It was a good time. It really, that might have to go on my, acting reel. If I ever, decide I want to become an actor, I'll send that out to, like, some big producers and say, "Hey, I acted for 6 hours straight and nobody caught on." I'd say, I think I'm pretty qualified, you know? There were a couple people who were catching on, but it was just the fact that I had like so many things already kind of planned out on the back burner, and they were things that I built up over time. That you guys kind of really had no choice but to believe me. Like me talking about games, like I had been talking about wanting to make games forever, and I had talked about my game idea in depth for a while, and so when I brought that up as like the thing I wanted to do next, I think that really, really sold the idea, at least to a lot of people. It was like, oh wait, he's actually being serious. That was the big thing that got like totally normal human. They were on to me. They were on to me, and then once I started mentioning like the game idea, it's like, well, that's reasonable. That is a reasonable career path to convert to. And with NDAs and all of that, it really makes sense to like not be able to stream and do all that kind of stuff. I had kind of like thought up a lot of extra stuff that I didn't even really ever use. We also insisted for an aggressively long time. That's true. Because people expect something this time. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be really hard, and whatever I do probably won't be like a gotcha kind of deal of like, oh yeah, you guys thought I was gonna quit. It's probably gonna be something different. It might just be a silly video even, but it might be like even more high effort and high quality and so incredibly dumb. I don't know. We'll see. I've mentioned a couple of ideas on stream before that I've got. Uh, well, I've mentioned that I have a couple of ideas, and I'm floating them around right now, but I'm not 100% certain on anything just yet. But I've got a couple of ideas that I might use. We'll see. Oh boy, how's this look anyway? Oh my gosh, this is actually kind of looking good. Okay. Yeah, it won't be as probably tricky this time around. I think the next video will probably be pretty tame, all things considered. Okay, let's take a look at this and then I'll go help the other guys. Oh boy, that is perfect. It's now raining. Let's take a look in spectator. Yeah, that is almost perfect. Because it's starting to kind of give that feel that I was looking for, like I said. It's kind of starting to make it into a bowl. Which means I have a lot less I have to hide a little later. Okay. I was wanting to go see Derek, right? So what am I looking at here, guys? Here's your dab. Your base is like a salsa bowl. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, you're right. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Uh what's the numbers? 985433. Okay. 9 8 5 4 1 2 3. Okay. Then 2 2s. And then it's supposed to be a 3 next. So this is supposed to be a 3. Right here. I know there's an ad, so I'm just hoping to get their attention. Okay. Okay, he may have changed it. Okay, never mind. Hang on. 9 8 5 4 1 2 3. 3 3s, 2 2s, a 1, 2 2s, okay. 1 and then 2. Then a 1 and a 2. 2 1s and a 2. This is 13. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. Okay. So that would be the end of it. Now look over here. So 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4. 3 3s, 2 2s, a 3, and then another 2 2s, a 1 and a 2, and a 1 and a 2, and then another 1 and a 2, 1 1, 2. Huh. So let me look at something really quick. That's 94. That's 94. Okay. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Minecraft? I thought this was Minecraft. Yeah, we're doing Minecraft right now. I'm, also, hi, Psychopath. How's it going? I'm confused. I'm helping these guys with their base. I'm not actually, you know, playing in creative. I'm just trying to make sure that it's all counted up correctly. How did this get messed up? I'm so confused. What? Hydrate. Thank you for that. King, come over here. Okay. See where you're at. Hole? I'll find you soon. Here we go. Okay. What's up? This is 14. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. Okay. The other side is not. Wait. Hold on. This is a 3. This is a 2. Oh. Hold on. Okay, wait. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, this one's off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This should probably be an 8. Let me double check it. Yeah, that's a 7. Pretty sure it's supposed to be 8, but it might be 7. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 3s. 2 2s. A 3 and then another 2 2s. A 1 and a 2 2. And then a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2. And then it's supposed to be 1 1 2. So yeah, it's supposed to be 1 1 and then there's supposed to be 2 there. So yeah, it's that one's a little bit off. Okay, you guys are gonna figure it out, I promise. It's gonna be tricky, but you guys got it. Wow. I mean, I gotta say, I'm impressed with where you're at so far with this. It's pretty complicated. It is a big shape. And circles are not easy. So you guys just keep going. You're gonna get there before you know it. Let me check the other side while I'm here. 9, 8, 5, 4, 3 3s, 2 2s, a 3, another 2 2s, a 1 and then 2 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 1, 2, 13. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. And it goes into the 2. This is complicated. What? I need help with this one. I don't know what's going on over here, to be honest. I am confused. Because I counted it up. Both sides are the same. I just don't know why they're not connecting. Five, 4, 3 3s, 2 2s, 1 2 2, 1 2 1 2. One 1 2. And it's supposed to begin 13. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So it's supposed to stop on 13. It should stop here. Nine, 8, 5, 4, 3 3s, 2 2s, a 3, 2 2, 1 2, 2, 1 2 1 2. 1 1 2, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. Huh. So it's just not matching together. How much is it off? Like, huh. I really don't know. I mean, maybe it's just not a big enough ring. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Good luck. I gotta get off though. I'm getting pretty tired now. I've got a bad headache. But oh, let me get rid of the axe first. There we go. I wish you guys luck. That is a complex like build, and I applaud you for even attempting it. So keep going. You guys will figure it out. Take a break if you need. Today we got a lot done though, guys. We built up around the temple here. You guys can see all this dirt that we placed, which I think we placed most of it today. So it's already looking pretty good. And then we moved over here a little bit, and we also placed down our stone for the cliff. And this is turning out pretty good. It's going to keep going along all the way up as we keep on going. It'll also eventually form another cliff over here, so that way we have like a... It'll add a lot more depth to the build. Part of the issue we've got in a lot of my builds over time was that it was just so flat. And so I really like the idea of messing around with terrain heights and stuff. And that's what this build really is about. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off now, guys. But before we do that, I'm going to... Well, first I'm going to find a better spot for us to look at. Because we did a lot more work than just place dirt. We'll stick with this. But we're going to find somebody to raid. So, I encourage you guys to hop in the raid when we do find someone. You'll get some free channel points, and you'll get to also meet a cool streamer along the way. I'll be back hopefully on Monday, where we'll be playing some more Minecraft. And, I'll be a whole year older by then. Which is crazy. Truly crazy to me. So hopefully, you know, good times, and I'll be able to share some good memories with you guys. Let's see, where do I want to go? Let me check out our high to low. Who in here is somebody I want to check out? Okay. Could be pretty cool. Okay. Let's say hello to, well, I don't know. You might be pretty cool. Okay, I think I found a guy. He looks pretty interesting, pretty cool. His name is Cozy Crafted. He's new. I've never seen this guy before. I say he's new. He's not new. He's just new to me. Anyway, hop in the raid, get some free channel points, and meet a cool streamer along the way. Oh, it didn't. It's not sending. Okay, let's try again. There it goes. Okay. Hop in the raid, get some free channel points. You guys know the whole story there. I will hopefully catch you guys again Monday. Like I said, I've kind of given off the whole random speech about how I want to see you guys again. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day, so I'm going to try to rest up a little bit tonight, but also I'm going to try to get some extra work done so that I don't have to work as hard on my birthday. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys again later. Good night, everybody.